Test. But here is. Can I do this? It's too far. Is that okay? This is okay. Testing, still testing. Hello, good morning, this is Gareth. This is a voice test. I'm testing. Very testing individual. Yeah. Okay. We start? We're ready to start? More testing. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Yeah? Very good. Very good. Okay. So, good morning, everybody, and hello, people online who can see me. Welcome to our symposium. This is a symposium about innovations for value chain integrity. And before I make a beginning, I'd like to invite Professor Yamada from Kyoto University to speak a few words to welcome us.
Okay, good day. Yeah, that's Australian way of greetings, right? Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for your presence at Kyoto University. Today, we are deeply grateful to celebrate the launch of this significant international symposium with you. My name is Jinichiro Yamada, host professor from Kyoto University. The theme of our symposium is innovation for value chain integrity blockchain and food products, focusing on strengthening the ties between Australian food producers and Japanese consumers. We are delighted to have this opportunity with the support of Australian Japan Foundation to talk about an important collaboration with Australia. Today, we will advance dialogue of practical and academic significance with food tech managers, entrepreneurs, and executives who are key players in Japan. In the upcoming sessions, we will have the opportunity to delve and discuss the innovative uses of blockchain technology in the food industry. These technologies make value chain use transparent and build trust between consumers and producers. We expect you to learn much from this symposium, gain valuable experiences. Moreover, we hope that the participants will gain new perspectives and discussions will lead to more concrete solutions. Are you with me? Yeah? Okay. Also through this symposium, we look forward to fostering deeper ties, cooperations between Australia and Japan, shedding a bright light on the future of the food industry by deepening collaboration between us. So we are excited to explore together how food technologies and blockchain will shape the future of the food industry in Japan and Australia. The most delightful thing about this symposium is that we can embark on this wonderful journey with you all. So now, I warmly welcome you all to the series of learning, sharing, and meaningful discussion that about to begin. Without further ado, okay, let's start symposium. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you very much, Professor Yamada. So today we have a mix of two cultures in this room. We have Australians and we have Japanese, but maybe opposite to what you'd expect. I'm going to insist we have a very Australian day today, not a Japanese day. Even though we're in Japan, we're going for Australian style, and Australian style is very relaxed. So I'd like you all to relax. There's no pressure today. This is about beginning a journey together. So I guess this symposium is about beginning a conversation. So the idea is that what comes out of this symposium is better links between us all in this room, and we can develop this project further in the future. Okay. So I guess I should introduce myself first. My name is Gareth Thomas. I'm currently working at Bond University, and I was actually born in the UK. That's that little red area on the top left-hand corner. In the early 1990s, last century, I studied at Osaka City University, and I was very fortunate to meet a lot of fantastic people with whom I have still maintained strong links, and that's why we have such a it's because of those links that everyone has helped to contribute to this symposium, so thank you all. I spent 20 years in industry working with Sony, Hitachi and Canon, so I have quite an extensive Japanese corporate experience. I actually moved to Australia in 2007 and took my nationality. I'm an Australian citizen now, shortly after that. I guess you could say my background is that I'm a corporate entrepreneur. That's where most of my industrial experience was. But now I'm moved into academia, and I have a role as an assistant professor in strategy. And what I didn't tell you on this slide is that what interests me most is disruption and how that affects companies. That's what I'm studying mostly. So I believe that blockchain is a big disruptor in a very positive sense, and I'm hoping over the next 2 days that we can discover that. While we start, sorry for the guys online, but this is just for us in the room here, just some housekeeping. The toilets, I'm told, Sano-san was... Toilets are this way, so just a very short walk. You won't get lost, no problems. We have some coffee at the back there, so when Theo starts to talk for many hours and bores us, then please take the coffee to stay awake. You all have Wi-Fi. I'm sorry, Theo. You all have Wi-Fi passwords, hopefully, so you can get on the internet and do stuff. Yeah, all sorted. Great stuff. And when it comes to lunchtime, we'll actually be eating downstairs, not in here. So I think Sano-san's going to help us and direct us which way to go later on. Okay. So first of all, I want to thank our sponsors of this event. Obviously, our main sponsor is the Australia-Japan Foundation, and they put a lot of funds into this event and helping us to build bridges. So I'd like to say a big thank you to that team. But also we have a number of sponsors from universities. We've got Adelaide University, who has helped us with this project. We have the University of South Australia, my own university, Bond University, and of course, Kyoto University has also been very kind and offered us a lot of support in terms of hosting and also personnel, people's time. And we're also very honored to have representatives from two of Japan's biggest companies here. We have Okabe-san from Denso, and we also have Kishi-san from Mitsubishi Research Institute. So welcome to you, gentlemen. And we also have two Australian smaller companies who are experts in blockchain. So I'm looking forward to hearing their presentations later. As Trust Provenance and also eBotling. So I guess you'd expect me to thank the sponsors, but actually I also want to make a special thanks to two other people here. One of those is Tomoko Sano, who's now escaping, but without her help, I would not have been able to organize this symposium. So she's been very fantastic, and I'd like to say a big thank you to her. And also to Graziella. She's unfortunately still in Adelaide. She can't be with us today, but she's been working so hard as well. So this is a big thank you to Graziella. Thank you, Graziella. Okay. So we'll start off with some geography lessons. That is Australia. So for those of you who don't know where Australia is, that's where we come from. The land down under, as the song goes. And there's Japan. And if you don't know that's Japan, then I'm really worried about you, because I guess you should know about where Japan is. And from Australia, if you travel to Japan, it will take you approximately 9 hours. That's an 8,000 kilometer or more journey. So we're lucky in that there is not much of a time zone difference, probably 1 or 2 hours. And the reason I say 1 or 2 hours is because Australia has multiple time zones, which can confuse the hell out of me. But anyway, that's what happens, particularly in South Australia, which is half an hour difference. And I believe one of the few in the world that has that. So that's where we are. That's Australia and that's Japan. So here's some figures about the differences between our two countries. There were 26 million people in Australia as of the 30th of September last year. Japan, by contrast, has a population of 125 million. So you can see a rather large difference in our populations there. One other striking difference, and you'll probably hear a lot about that over these next few days, is the annual growth of the population. So Australia's population grew by 1.6% last year. That's 418,500 people. And as I think everyone knows, in Japan, the population is shrinking. Last year, the annual growth rate was minus 0.7%. Another key feature of Australia is the number of immigrants. Of course, I'm talking as an immigrant here. So I was born overseas, and as of 2021, over 29% of Australians were actually born overseas. To me, that's an absolutely remarkable figure. And by contrast, only 2.2% of Japan's population was born overseas. So you can see the two countries have very different demographic makeups. This is one of my favorite pictures. This is about the size of Australia. So for those of you who haven't been fortunate enough to travel to Australia, it is really difficult for me to explain to you exactly how big Australia is. So I was born in the UK, and I guess the UK and Japan are not such a big different size. But when I came from the UK to Australia and I stood in the middle of the outback and I could see the curvature of the earth, that's how big Australia is. So it's absolutely astounding distances. And of course, that means that obviously affects the population in terms of concentration, but the way we do business is obviously very different. So this is a business symposium, and if we talk about business, then these huge distances have a very strong effect on the Australian economy, such that really sometimes we don't actually have one economy. We have multiple economies which are based around our cities, because the gaps between the cities are so big that they're quite isolated, each market. So quite different from Japan in that respect. And as you can see there, actually Australia is over 20 times the size of Japan. So I have a question for you. Which country do you think has the longer coastline? Japan or Australia? Should we take a vote? Who says Japan? What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who says Australia? Yeah, well, less few, I think maybe 4 or 5. Well, I can't believe how stupid you guys are, because obviously Australia's much bigger. How could you think that Japan had a longer coastline? And so does Australia. Okay, so some more facts and figures to bore you with. Just a little bit about the trade between the two countries. So Australia's biggest exports to Japan. Liquid natural gas is our biggest export, and almost $40 billion worth last year. Then we've got iron ore, we've got meat, aluminium, and then grains, seeds, and fruits. So you can see that this is an agricultural symposium. So you can see number 3 and number 5 there from an Australian perspective are very interesting for us. Now, as far as Japan's exports to Australia, Then again, probably doesn't surprise you that cars comes out at number 1. And then, well, quite a spread of other stuff there. Although I'm not quite sure what rubber is. Maybe I need to talk to Tom Parnell about that afterwards. He can help me. Where that's used, I'm not sure. But anyway, so that gives you an idea. And I'm sure you'll spot one big thing here, and that's the big trade imbalance. Australia has a very positive trade balance with Japan. Or from a Japanese perspective, Japan has a very negative trade balance with Australia. So, but nevertheless, it shows you how critical trade is between our two countries. So let's focus a little more on agricultural products here. And one of the characteristics of the Japanese market is how dependent Japan is on imports of food. And I took this slide from the Financial Times, and you can see that how important, certainly, for example, cooking oils are for Japanese food. Almost all of cooking oil coming from Australia. Then you look at livestock, wheat, soybeans, etc. And the key thing to look at when we look at these figures is how much of an outlier Japan actually is. Japan has dangerously low self-sufficiency rates of food. So if you look at by calorific intake, in other words, how much calories we take each day, Japan has around, I think it's 35% only of calorific intake is actually domestically produced. And of course, the big exporting countries like Australia and Canada, you can see that's 250, 275%. So very different type of markets. So Australia is an exporting market of raw materials and agricultural products. Japan is an importing market of raw materials and agricultural products. So another way of looking at that is this slide here, which I thought was absolutely fascinating. I found this one from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry and Fisheries. And this tells you, if you look at the 1 person per day calorie intake, so this is a bit of fun, yeah, it's not a real data analysis here, but it gives you an idea of where Japan's food is coming from. If we say that the average person in Japan has 2,269 calories per day, that's based on figures from 3 years ago, domestic produced food only accounts for 37% of that. The rest of it is imported. So you could summarize that by saying 50% of food depends on imports from just 4 countries. I think this is a remarkable figure. So if you look at the US, Canada, Australia, Brazil, and Malaysia as well, you add those together, and those countries supply 50% of the calorific intake for Japanese citizens. So you can imagine this is causing some concern for the Japanese government. They are concerned about how dependent the country is on importations of food. And they are becoming more concerned about that for these 4 reasons here. Of course, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has caused a lot of destabilization in energy markets and also in energy prices. Within Japan, Japan has been going through a rationalization of its supermarket structures. So over the past few years, I think our presenters will talk about this later, that there's been a shrinking number of supermarkets, a concentration in the big supermarket companies. So this process, this agglomeration, has helped reduce prices. So it's helped hold prices down for Japanese consumers because the supermarkets are becoming more efficient. So that's been a positive thing, but that period is now coming to an end. So the supermarket's abilities to hold prices down is coming towards an end. And of course, the yen is very weak against the dollar now. So there's these 4 reasons here which are causing pressure, increased pressure on the Japanese domestic food market. And this is not going to get any better. I've added a further 5 forces that are undermining the current system. So supply chains have been disrupted, and that's the war in Ukraine has a big influence on that. Of course, we've had COVID, Corona-19, which is cause disruption. We can expect further changes in climate. Climate change is also going to disrupt these supply chains. Energy market prices are going up, and particularly for Japan, the fertilizer prices here are also going up. So that means extra price pressures on the domestic market to keep the prices down. So this is where the Japanese government, towards the end of last year, they released this food security reinforcement policy framework. So basically, the aim of this framework from the Japanese government is to create structural transformation. They want to move away from an excessive dependency on foreign imports, and particularly when it comes to foreign imports from certain countries which may not be in Japan's strategic interest. So I picked up some of the findings from this report and some of the targets that the government has imposed. So they want to halve food loss, they want to reduce and absorb greenhouse gases, and they want to increase organic farming. So I picked up those three, but you can see there are others on that slide as well. So why have I picked up those three? Well, this is where I want to introduce blockchain to you. So first of all, I should say I am not a blockchain expert, and it makes me very nervous standing up here talking about blockchain in front of people who are blockchain experts. So hopefully I'm going to get my explanation right, but certainly I know we'll learn more about blockchain in the next 2 days. So blockchain is basically a way of controlling and certifying data. It's a way of independently checking what data is being held, and then that data can be held very securely. And the data then can be shared amongst parties depending on what those parties agree to. So I had a beginning of my career, I worked in an electronics factory, and the idea of batch control and product quality was always drummed into us very hard. And I get the feeling that there's a lot of similarities between this sort of the Toyota Kanban system and what blockchain can do for us in terms of way of controlling the way product flows through the supply chains and increasing traceability. And I'm sure Okabe-san will talk about that much better than I can in the next day or so. So that's blockchain. So blockchain can increase traceability. It can give people, customers, consumers, an idea where product is coming from. It can improve governance systems because governance becomes traceable. What is happening in our supply chains? What decisions are being made? It can help optimize supply chain. So it tells you where the product is being stored or stocked at any one time. And that can improve on excessive stock holdings. It can also improve on waste. And of course, the bottom one I put there is also, it's a big point of difference for companies. This can, giving this sort of visibility to the market and to consumers is a real point of difference. It's a way of disrupting the market and showing that a clear advantage for their company over the competition. So let's look again at those government characteristics, government targets, I'm sorry. I think you can see there that blockchain can definitely contribute to some of these targets. So if we talk about halving food loss, then if we know where in the blockchain where the products are being wasted or stored or excessively stored, that sort of access to information can help us highlight bottlenecks in the flow of product. So that's definitely something that blockchain can help to reduce. Another target was to reduce and absorb greenhouse gases. So blockchain is another way of gathering data from supply chains on things like carbon, how much carbon is being consumed in a certain process. So it can help to analyze the data that comes from the blockchain, can help to analyze what is happening in the supply chain. And of course, if you're interested in organic farming, then blockchain can also give you visibility in your supply chain about where your product is coming from. You actually know this product is coming from a certified organic farm, for example. So hopefully you've seen what I've tried to show briefly this morning is that blockchain is a way in which It's a tool that can help us tackle a lot of the problems that are critical not only for Japan, but can also provide a point of difference for Australian producers as well. If they can step up and produce this information, it helps Japan as well and Japanese consumers. Okay, so I have just a few more points to make, and then I'll pass over to Shisan. So just a little bit of talk about the running order and our format here today and tomorrow. So I allocated an hour slot for each presenter. So I don't expect you to talk for an hour, and that's even you, Theo, okay? Don't talk for an hour, maybe just 40 minutes or so, and then allow us a Q&A session of perhaps 15 minutes. And I've invited these three gentlemen who sit over here to act as a panel. I should have put you guys in order on the slide, shouldn't I? Anyway, Deepak, Tom, and Yara Sensei as a panel to encourage discussion after each presenter and maybe tease out some ideas and projects that we can work on in the future. So today, from 10 o'clock, looks like I'm eating into your time, Kishi-san, I'm sorry. We have a presentation from Kohei Kishi from Mitsubishi Institute. Then we have Natalie Take, who will talk from eBotly about blockchain. We'll take some lunch. And then in the afternoon, Okabe-san from Denso will talk about food traceability systems. Then we are fortunate to have Theo here, who's vast experience in this area. I'm really looking forward to his presentation. And he's going to talk about trade relations in South Australia. And then the last presenter of the day is Nomiya Sensei, who's going to talk about value chain and perishable goods in Japan. So I look forward to hearing all that. 4 o'clock is our close time. So I'll just leave this one slide with you as a sort of summary. And I picked up this quotation from the Financial Times. This is a gentleman by the name of Atsushi Suginaka, who is the Director General for Policy Coordination at MAF in Japan. And he said, the biggest problem facing agriculture is the lack of a willingness to take on new challenges. For an aging population, it's difficult to try something different. And that's why we need the participation of younger people. So I really hope today that we can get some energy from the younger people in the audience, from the students at Kyoto University, who can help us older generation people learn some new things about how the market's developing and how blockchain can contribute. Okay, so thank you very much for your time, and I'll hand over to Ishii-san. Do you have the presentation, or should I put it on here, or the presentation? Okay, just one moment while I load it. Yeah, what did he do? If you like, you can use. It's up to you.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I use it?
Yeah, if you like. It's just very easy to use.
So can I start? Okay. いいです。And I'm honored to be here and speak to you all. And Mr. Gareth Thomas-san, thank you for inviting me to this exciting symposium. Today, I'm here to talk about the comprehensive concept of food information platform using blockchain technology, with some case studies. But to be honest, it is first time for me to give a presentation in English, so I have high pressure, yeah, as he said. And there might be some a little weird point in what I talk, but I will do my best, and please bear with me as I explain this. So before starting, let me introduce myself. My name is Kohei Kishi, and I'm working as a researcher for Mitsubishi Research Institute. We call that company as MRI. And my company is a Japanese think tank, which was founded by several Mitsubishi Group companies in 1970 for the 100-year anniversary of the group, Mitsubishi Group. And my company, we provide research and consulting services companies in Japan in various fields, such as scientific technology or healthcare or mobility or energy or information technology and so on. And for me, I'm mainly responsible for researching and consulting on agriculture and food industry, including the integration or implementation of new technology such as blockchain. And I was also temporarily transferred to Kirin Brewery Company for 2 years, these 2 years, and I have just returned to my company. The Kirin Brewery Company is one of the famous alcohol and beverage companies in Japan, and which is one of the Mitsubishi Group companies. And on the personal side of me, I like traveling and cycling. And actually, I have in the past I have traveled here to Kyoto from Tokyo only by bicycle, and the distance of it maybe roughly equals to the Sydney to Melbourne. Yeah, it was tough days. So in any case, this is the agenda of my presentation, which consists of 3 parts. In the first part, I'm going to explain the overview of food supply chain in Japan and point out several issues around it. And in the second part, I'm going to explain the concept of food information platform using blockchain with some case studies. And lastly, I will discuss the challenges, several challenges for implementation of the platform in Japan. So let's start with the first part. This diagram, I'm sorry for it's a little busy slide, but this diagram shows the flow of the supply chain, food supply chain in Japan, and each number, the unit of each number is a billion US dollars. And I'm sorry that those figures are a little bit old. It's 2015, but it hopefully provide you with the rough picture of the food market in Japan. And each column represents each stage of the food supply chain, from primary products on the left to consumption on the right. And as you can see from this, the total market size of food in Japan is on the right side, 693 billion US dollars, or 949 billion Australian dollars. And it, including the fresh food and the processed food and the restaurant, such as food service. And it comes from on the left side, the 93 billion US dollars, or 128 billion Australian dollars of raw materials like agriculture or fishery products. And of course, there are several imported products, including from Australia. And many of those primary products are traded in the wholesale markets. And in Japan, there are so many local wholesale markets like this. And I'm sorry, I don't have exact figure, but maybe 50 or 60% of those 93 billion US dollar are mainly traded in wholesale markets like this. So the food supply chain in Japan has progressed in response to the situation, each situation with each time. But recently, several social issues, such as here globalization or economic stagnation or population decline, this is one of the most serious problem in Japan, including the aging population, and as you know, the environmental degradation. This is a global problem, and those issues requires the food supply chain in Japan to drastically change from the perspective of profitability, efficiency, and sustainability. So, in order to address those issues, the digitalization in various aspects in food industry has been proceeding, and especially the sharing and utilizing data throughout the supply chain is said to be important. So we should take one more step to use data which is left unutilized in each company or farmer or fisherman. And it could improve the efficiency of operation, such as reducing food loss by optimizing the supply and demand, or it could improve efficiency by making delivery and logistics more efficient. And it could also improve the sustainability of procurement management by visualizing the supplier's information, such as the certificate they acquired, or their periodical operation data from all suppliers. And on the purpose of profitability or branding, the telling the story behind the food, such as the origin or information of producer or production method, would be important. On the other hand, from the viewpoint of consumers, so when they buy some food product in the supermarket, they have become more aware of the other information than price, such as health, whether the product is healthy or safe or sustainable. But in my opinion, this trend is still catching on, and in the past 1 or 2 decades, and there is still some room to grow compared to several other developed countries. So next, I would introduce the trend in the government. 2 years ago, the Japanese government, Ministry of Agriculture, forestry and fishery. We call it MAF. And MAF have launched the strategy for sustainable food system. It is called Midori. Midori means green in Japanese. And this is one of the hottest topic in MAF. And in this strategy, MAF aims to achieve zero CO2 emissions, as Mr. Thomas said, zero CO2 emissions in the agriculture, forestry, and fisheries by 2050. And for this purpose, the MAF think it's important to visualize the greenhouse gas emissions for the purpose of monitoring the status of emission, or obtaining some carbon credit, or creating some new certification for carbon neutrality. And there are several other goals, but to achieve those goals, the MAF will promote development and dissemination of new innovative technologies, including blockchain. But however, before thinking about integration of data throughout supply chain, we should look at the characteristics of food supply chain in Japan, the complicated structure. So this diagram represents a supply chain of a certain food product. And for most food products, the supply chain of would be the multi-stage network like that. And there are so many companies, including foreign companies, in each stage. And many of them are small and medium-sized businesses. And they trade in small lots or many varieties and frequently. And as for digitalization, especially in upstream stage, like farmer or wholesaler, and farmer could be the fisherman or livestock farmer. And those, especially in those upstream stage, the data management or the daily operation tends to be non-digitalized or less standardized or less integrated among companies. So quite a few farmers or quite a few small companies still using the fax or paper-based operations. So, for example, it will be difficult for one food manufacturing companies to gather the detailed information about production or distribution from all suppliers. So as a result, if some food accident, such as overuse of pesticide in one farmer, like here, happens, and it is found in some retailer shop, it will take so much time and cost to trace the cause, and it comes with so it's a problem of traceability. So that's why it is generally said that it is not easy to integrate data throughout all over the supply chain. So this is a rough picture of the food market in Japan, and with several issues around it. So based on it, let me move on to the next slide. And I'm going to talk about the concept of food information platforms. Oh, is that okay? Platform with some case studies. So this diagram is the conceptual framework of food information platform. And as I said in previous parts, each company have several types of information of production or distribution. For example, for a farmer, it could be fisherman or livestock farmer. But for a farmer, they have there is the location of cropland or a date of harvest of crop or some kinds of certificate for such as quality or safety or sustainability. And there is the information of production methods such as use of fertilizers or pesticides. And for the packer or processor and shipper, retailer, they also have similar data, similar information as well. And the role of food information platform is to integrate those data depending on the purpose of use, such as traceability management or procurement management or efficient logistics, transaction or payment management, or branding. And those information can be recorded or should be recorded in several types, such as text data, numeric data, or visual data. And what I would like to say here is all of those data or information don't have to be combined or integrated in one platform. It should be modified depending on the purpose of use. For example, traceability management mainly requires the information about the location or the date of production or shipment, or the information about shipping lot. And it also depends on the degree of the level of the traceability. But in any purposes, for any purposes, the authenticity of data is crucial. And that's why the blockchain is useful for those platforms. So this is just, as you know, this is just a concept. So what is actual case like in the world? So far, in the world, the several commercialized blockchain services for food supply chain has been launched, especially in US or Europe, and recently in China and in Australia. So, of course, in Japan, there are so many examples of blockchain implementation in food supply chain, but many of them are still POC stages, proof of concept stages. So let me explain each services in more detail, a little bit more detail. So far, the main application of blockchain in food supply chain is the traceability management. For example, one of the most famous platform in the world is Food Trust, which is provided by IBM. And the main feature of this platform, of this service, is the reduction of loss due to food accident by quick trace, by visualizing the traceability network. And several services, some of the services like Origin, the second one, and Provenance, or the fifth one, aim to improve brand value by visualizing or by providing consumer with information about origin or quality certification. And then the transparency one, the third one, aims to help help food companies to manage the procurement networks and to reduce the risk in the compliance or risk in sustainability by visualizing the information of all suppliers, such as the certificate acquired or their periodical operating data from all suppliers. And we can also see the importance of collaboration from here. For example, Food Trust by IBM has been developed and promoted by the Association of Global Food Companies such as Walmart. And also the several services such as Transparency One or Toolchain, and they have cooperation partners of certification body such as SGS or DNVGL. These are certification body for food. And because collaboration with because the authorized organization like this cooperate in data management, it helps each service to improve the authenticity of data management. So from here, I will show some case studies in Japan, which includes the one conducted by a few years ago. The first one is SMAG by Information Services International Dentsu, or ISID. ISID is the one of the subsidiary of Dentsu. And they developed the data platform, which provides consumers with production and distribution history. And they conducted the POC from 2016 to 2020. And they were focusing on local, high-quality agricultural products. And the main feature of this project is that it's encouraging the behavioral change in consumer to ethical consumption by enhancing consumer experience. For example, when someone buys some product in this project, and they can read the QR code on the package, and then they can see the information about the producer or origin of the production history. And then they can also, consumer can also know which goals out of the 17 goals of SDG they contribute. And then it through the game-like experience on the smartphone. And then they can easily share this information with social media. The second one is Wine Blockchain by EY. EY is one of the global consulting company, and they conducted the POC in 2018. And they are mainly focusing on the wine supply chain. And especially for luxury wines, there are so many problems of fake wine or fraudulent. So it is important to record the information of the origin or winemaking and convey it to consumers. It's important, and the authenticity of the data is crucial. So that's why they use the blockchain. And third one is the BlockTrace, which is the commercialized service provided by Entity Data. Entity Data is subsidiary of the Entity, the large telecommunication company in Japan. So they developed the data platform, and they also conducted a POC of a traceability system, which is subsidized by MAF in 2022. And they also collaborated with various companies. And then this project aims to ensure the quality of product and increase the added value by visualizing not only the distribution route, but also the log of temperature or shock during the transportation, using some IoT tools like RFIDs or sensors. So these are a part of examples in Japan. And I hope maybe several other speakers in this symposium will also give some example about great projects. So as you can see from this, there are several cutting-edge examples, but in fact, the food information platform have pros and cons. And so there are several, when we think about further dissemination or further development through the supply chain of the blockchain platform, there are several issues. So then I will discuss several challenges for implementation in Japan. So this is a summary of pros and cons of implementation of blockchain platform. So as for pros, it could help the users to reduce recall costs or speed up the operation against the food accidents. Or it could also ensure the product quality and to prevent food fraud. On the other hand, the implementation of the platform will take so much time and cost of daily operation, such as inputting data, especially in earlier stage of supply chain. And the larger supply chain the platform try to cover, the larger impact on those costs it could have. And it also comes with the standard issues of standardization of data management, such as data formats or scope of disclosure. It is confidentiality problems, and so on. And there are also the risk of information input errors, because the blockchain technology can ensure the inputted data itself. So it's very challenging to develop and disseminate the platform, but there are several key points for breakthrough. And the first one is by further technology development, and by developing the low-cost or highly usable method and devices, especially for upstream stage of supply chain, like farmers or small companies, would be required. And it should be corresponds to the several characters of complicated structure of food distribution, as I said. And second one is strategy, and it relates to the design of the system of platform as a whole. And as for targeting, the kind of necessary information for platform will vary depending on the kind of food or supply chain. And for example, as for vegetables, the information about, for example, the pesticide or residual pesticide or some kind of freshness will be important. And or for some kind of high added value products such as the Kobe beef, the provenance and the authenticity of data will be important. So and then it could have the impact of the running cost, because the different types of data should be gathered and recorded into the platform in different way. And besides the business model is also crucial. It relates to the problem of who will cover the cost. And the last one is collaboration, and I think it's very important. And collaboration is crucial in several aspects. As for standardization, standardization should be achieved through collaboration all over the chain, from production to retailing. And several major enterprises can be driving force for it. And government support is also important, which is financial support or regulations or coordination. And the other than the standardization initiative by major enterprises is of course important. And in the case of Japanese food supply chain, the retailer tends to have the power. And third one, as I said, collaboration with authorized bodies, such as certification bodies, could be one of the possible solutions for verifications of input data. And last one is important. It's vital. It's vital to encourage the behavioral change in consumer. In my opinion, one of the obstacles for innovation or new technology integration into the supply chain in Japan is the structure of food market based on the low price and relatively high quality product commodities, and its intense price competition. So so many companies have a difficulty to add the cost of digitalization investment unless it leads to the other cost reduction. So as I said, asserting consumers likely to have prefer to the ethical product tends to be yes, and we should promote this movement. And I think blockchain could be helpful, could be useful for this movement, because it can encourage the value circulation between consumers and producers with its token. And there is some examples already, the one by the IBM. So in summary, I talked about the overview and the several issues in the food supply chain in Japan, and we considered the several possibilities and challenges for implementation of blockchain. So this is the end of my presentation, and thank you for listening. And now we have the 20 minutes. So if you have any questions or comments, I would be happy to answer them. So thank you.
Thank you very much. A very interesting presentation. I suppose if I start, then so Tom Parnell, Australian Embassy in Tokyo. I think that my perception is that in Australia, maybe other parts of the world, that provenance management is a response to demands from consumers for more ethical options. So very interested in your comment that you think that it seems to be happening the other way in Japan, that that the systems are encouraging ethical behaviour. So I wondered if you had some observations as to why that would be the case in Japan. Is it why is it being driven from the commercial side rather than the supply side rather than the demand side?
Sorry.
Maybe Gareth could interpret.
Could you repeat that again?
トムさんの質問がやっぱり特に to compare with Australia, for example, yeah. オーストラリアの方でお客様の力で市場が変わってるけど、なんか先の岸さんの説明でやっぱりちょっと違いますね。つまりプロデューサーの力で市場が変わってます。それは合ってますか？
Yes. Thank you for great question. And yes, historically, you're right. But at present, the industry itself have become aware, or they think that it's important to change corresponding to the consumer's demand, and those movements of data platform is the actual case of that movement, I think. Is that answer?
I suppose you're saying it's an iterative process. So there's initial demand from consumers, there's a commercial response, and now those commercial players are promoting their services and trying to encourage uptake.
Yes.
Okay. I suppose the other on that thing, I think your phrase you used was the investment in digitization, and some of us were lucky enough to go to the Osaka markets yesterday and saw that is a very analog trading environment, and it would seem that there is an incredible uplift required for digitization to make blockchain a reality in food systems in Japan. And Osaka is the second largest population center, so I assume that's representative of markets across Japan. How long is this process going to take, and what sort of level of investment will be required?
It is difficult to answer is exactly, but historically the government or private sector made so much effort to improve the supply chain, and then in this one decade, the digitalization becomes the most of the hottest topic in Japan. So so much investment were into those industries. So, but I'm sorry, I have exact figures of years or amount of investment, but it could be. It will change the industry. So sorry for my poor English.
Okay, so I've just got some question on your slide, actually, on some of the slides, just to help me understand. So you showed us a really interesting slide at the start of your presentation about the value add. I made some notes from $93 billion to, was it 693? Yeah, so there's like a 7 times value add going through this chain. In other words, yes, the value has become 7 times what it was at the start of the chain.
Right.
So that's really interesting. And you also said then 50 to 60% of that 93 billion is actually outside the formal wholesale market chain.
No.
Did I get that right?
Sorry, 40, yeah, maybe 40 or 50%.
40 or
is
50%.
out of the wholesale market.
Okay, sorry. So is that trend increasing or
Decreasing.
decreasing?
And it depends on the kinds of food. For example,
Yeah.
For vegetables or fruits, most of them are traded in wholesale markets. Like here. But for meat, the most of them are traded out of the market.
So do you think the rise in the power of supermarkets will change this?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the more power, because supermarkets now have more power than they had until quite recently. So the more
Yes.
power supermarkets have, the less important this chain becomes. Is that true?
Yes, and in fact, as Mr. Tom Parner said, the consumers likely to know the information of producer or product origin. So then, if the products are traded through wholesale markets, those informations are maybe vanished. They cannot know the detailed origin or detailed producer information. So the retailer would like to manage the information, or they want to manage their own supply chain from the production stage. So the percentage of the wholesale market is decreasing. Is that okay? Yeah, thank you.
More questions? Yes.
Okay, Natalie.
Can I ask? Okay. Thank you very much for your amazing presentation. I have a question regarding what about your point of view? What will be, in your point of view, the starting point for this change? As we have the technology, we have this need. What will drive in the future this change of habits? So, do you think it's regulation will impose that, or do you think it's the consumer who will drive the market, or do you think it will be another crisis like a safety crisis regarding the COVID-19, or what will be for you the driver to have this starting point?
One of the most important point is a collaboration, but I think it should be achieved by the private sector of such as food industry. And the most important issue is I think the standardization of data management, because as I said, there are so many companies, and they have their own operation format or data management format. So, such as which kinds of information they want to have or they want to manage. These are different in each companies. The several standardization are progressing, especially in the downstream side, such as retailer or the large food manufacturer. But in the upstream stage, there are less standardized. So the platform all over the supply chain needs to the standardization, and it could be achieved by the the initiative of some large companies. Is that okay? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kishi, for a very interesting presentation. I probably am sorry about my question because there's always at this kind of panels somebody that asks the uncomfortable questions. That's going to be me, unfortunately, today. So just to be clear, before I ask my question, I have a pre-question to the question. And it seems to me from your presentation that your takeaway is that Japan is on the right path toward not just fostering blockchain in food productions, in the line of production, but also to foster consumer awareness when it comes to healthy foods, their provenance, and so forth and so on. Like Japan is on a good path in advancing this kind of technology. Is that correct?
Good back. Sorry.
Like Japan is successful at fostering this blockchain technology when it comes to retailing food. Is that the takeaway from your presentation?
Retail? A block? Not. Sorry. No, not in the. It's not based on the blockchain technology.
So, give me a chance. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
なんか話はいい方向に行ってると言ってますね。なんか将来は明るいという感じですね。そう合ってますか？そういう質問ですね。
Yes, I hope so. Yes, I think so.
Thank you very much.
So much investment or so much, action.
Okay.
Has ongoing.
Thank you. That's okay.
Yeah.
So out of this takeaway comes my question. And my question is a little bit uncomfortable because it simply goes to very straight. How much of this do you actually think, or actually can you say? Because again, Mitsubishi Research Institute, so maybe you cannot just speak freely straight away against the industry. But how much of this do you think is just a branding endeavor, cherry picking certain products, cherry picking certain initiatives? And how much of this do you actually think is effective? It was funny to me that in the case studies you mentioned, you also mentioned one that involved the SDGs. And it doesn't take anyone really to live in Japan longer than a few months, let alone years, to realize that oftentimes topics such as the Sustainable Development Goals are really used as a branding endeavor. They basically become an advertising products. I have seen in Japan on plastic wrappings, SDGs for sustainable fisheries and sustainable farming on the plastic wrapping. And I mean, examples are just over the roof. And even when it comes to tracing, using perhaps blockchain, tracing the origins of food, scanning QR codes, it seems to me that we are forgetting something, that Japan is in fact a very analog society. I do agree with that statement. It is a fully analog society. It is a society with the highest age in demographic on the planet, alongside my home country of Italy, actually. And how much of this is actually true for the entirety of the country? Because if you look at the median age of the population in Tokyo, that is about 44 years old, if I'm not mistaken. And there is a little bit of innovation in the greater Tokyo area. But if you look at the median age in Kyoto, for instance, out of 1.5 million people that there are in town, the majority of them are elderly. And the majority of transactions are conducted in papers. Many supermarkets in this city, which again is one of the largest cities in the country, will not allow you to pay by card, not by smartphone and your card on the smartphone, but by actual physical card. They will only take cash. And let's forget about provenance of food. If you go to supermarkets, you don't have to go to Gyomu or the low retailers where a lot of people go actually, but you can also go to high-end supermarkets, the Frescos and so forth and so on, and they will not specify provenance of food. And one last thing, when it comes to provenance of food and provenance of beverages, it seems to me that actually the industry has the upper end, not the government, not the public society, but the industry. And it's interesting to see something like, say, the 2019 partnership agreement between the EU and Japan. It was 10 years into the making because both the EU and Japan were very strong about keeping the provenance of protecting the provenance of products. It was mainly retailers of wine in France and Italy, retailers of sake in Japan, and it worked in a way, but it took years to make. And now to products that fall into that agreement, into that label, provenance is specified. If they come from Europe to Japan, you can follow where it came, where it was made, who made it, and so forth and so on. But it's just for those products. There are other products that are made in Europe, for instance, and retail just in the Japanese market, where the provenance is shady at best. A very famous virgin olive oil in Japan is Don Bosco. Any Japanese person knows Don Bosco. It's a Japanese olive oil made in the EU since the 1980s. Actually, very interesting commercial made in Milan back in the 80s that say that this oil was made in Italy. Actually, this oil is made by a Japanese company and is no longer made in Italy. It's actually made with olives from Poland and Ukraine as well, and in Greece and everywhere. But they do not specify this as much because the retailing is there. So when we speak about this provenance of food and all of this, the question is really how much of the questions I would advance is how much of this is actually a branding endeavor aimed at branding Japan as a country of innovation, a land of innovation toward these foreign partners to attract foreign investments in certain fields towards certain companies, Mitsubishi being one of these, but not the only one, of course, and how much of this is actually affecting the population domestically. The average Japanese consumer in her 50s or his 50s, how much do they actually care or know about the provenance of their olive oil, of their apples, of their oranges? Yeah, I said it was going to be an uncomfortable comment. Apologies about that. But please, I would like to know your intake about this.
So maybe I can help you. Maybe I should help Kishi-san, because I think it's a very, very good question and very detailed question with lots of great examples. But no, not at all. No, it's a very important discussion. This is the way we learn. If we don't discuss, we don't learn. So I think you make some excellent points. But I think to help Kishi-san answer that, I think when any society begins to change, then we should not look at the average. A lot of what you talked about was the average person in Japan. And I think this analysis is not the way to think about when societies change. Any society changes usually with some smaller part of that society, and that will affect another part of society. And eventually, when this is creates as some sort of critical mass, then that when change spreads out across the whole of society. And I think it's a mistake to think of Japan as one society. Sometimes we think, Japan is a monoculture and therefore everyone is the same. But this is not true at all. There's so much fragmentation in society here. And it's a fascinating country for that reason. So you can still communicate with fax machines, and other people are still using, and then other people will use payment through a phone or whatever. So I think that it's what we need to look for is where the future is coming. And to do that, we need to think about the younger generation. And that's what I tried to end my presentation on when I talked about the younger generation. So I think that's where we will see the cultural change. Actually, it was something we discussed last night in another meeting. We talked about the younger people will push this. It won't happen from the elderly people who are still struggling with digitalization themselves. That's not where we're going to see social change. It's going to come from the younger people. So I think certainly we should be quite product specific in the things we talk about, because I think that is where the change will come. If we make general statements about blockchain and don't regard which product or which segment of the market, that's when things get a bit can go off the rails, because there's so many different types of products and there's so many different types of markets. Yeah, but a very excellent question. So thank you very much for that. Yeah.
Straight. Do you reckon that as things are right now in 2023 May, most of the endeavor goes towards branding rather than actually affecting the society and bringing about that critical mass?
Use the word most, and that's just a generalization term, and it's something I reject, because we have to look at sub-markets, we have to look at subcategories. So you and I have a different view of where how change happens, I think.
No, I think, and I will come to your point. I think very important point. Any technology, whether it's blockchain or any other artificial intelligence that we talk about, they cannot be seen as a panacea for making a change. So they are just instrumental in bringing about a change. And as far as your question, your SDG and branding is concerned, it's not a question just for the Japanese context. That's a question even in Australia. how much of SDG that we have or we claim about, or is how much is greenwashing. So it's not just Japan per se or Australia per se, but all across the globe, US, India, you talk about. So I think that's a very valid question. And blockchain or not blockchain, that question remains. And it's not a new question. I think it has remained for the last 10 years. We are talking about SDGs, but earlier there was, CSR and all of those, how much is greenwashing and how much is, all of those things are still relevant and will still be relevant for the next 10 years from the policy perspective as well as process perspective as well. So very valid question. And I think the blockchain is more about facilitating rather than anything else, how we can overcome these challenges and issues, which is not just limiting to Japan, but all across the globe. Because I have quite a bit of interest in CSR, SDGs and other things, and I know it's a concern not just in Japan, but all across the globe, including Australia too. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for an excellent question.
Yeah.
So I think we should move to the next speaker. So I'd like to thank Kishi-san for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
First, I would like to thank you, Garrett, the University of Kyoto, and all the sponsors, and all of you to invited me today to speak about this wonderful subject. Let me put maybe like that. Yeah, I will have more space. So I will speak from my side about the blockchain regarding the tuna, the fish market, and especially the Australian tuna fisheries, to ensure provenance, efficiency, and compliance with traceability solution. So who we are at eBotly? We are a startup based in Lot 14 in Adelaide, in South Australia. And we found eBotly in August 2019. And we are passionate about food and wine technology. We had 2 awards last year regarding supporting small businesses, but also in the wine industry. So let me introduce myself and Nicholas before moving to the next slide, as previously the other speakers did. So my name is Nathalie Taquet. I am the co-founder of eBotly. And I born in Paris, as you can hear my French accent. And I did a PhD in life science in Strasbourg, near Germany, to see the relationship between bowel disease and what we eat, and also the environmental aspects and genetic aspects. And after I moved to the south of France to do some post-PhD. And my last job before moving 5 years ago in Australia was in Nestlé Nestlé Skin Health to study the relationship between what we eat and the disease we have with skin, like psoriasis, acne, rosacea. We decided 5 years ago with my husband, Nicholas, to move to Australia because it's a country with a lot of innovation and early adopter with new technology. Because in France, it's very traditional, and we wanted to create our own business. And we moved it with our 3 children. They were at this stage 19, 17, and 7 years old. And we created eBotly. Nicholas worked in traceability, especially for luxury brands like luxury cars, like Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, and Porsche. Oops. And he worked with IoT to track and trace the luxury brands during 30 years. So we crossed our 2 passion, wine, food, and IoT. And we wanted to add value chain regarding what we saw as a challenge. So we moved it to South Australia because we had a supportive innovation in South Australia visa, because at this period, they had this counterfeiting issue. They exported a lot of wine in China. They were the #1 to export their wine, the premium wine. And 50% of the wine was counterfeit in China. After, there were some political issues between Australia and China, so it's not anymore the priority. But we were selected to move to South Australia to answer to this need. And because my background, I have a family who who produce in Burgundy some Chablis and Pinot Noir, so like winemaker. And with this aspect of IoT, we wanted to bring our expertise on this field. Let me move to the next slide. I'll try my computer. I think. Okay, maybe here. Because I try with that, but it doesn't work. Maybe that. Oh, no. Perfect. Thank you so much. So what we do, our mission is to provide value chain in provenance, compliance, and performance for local and global food and wine markets. And I will split my presentation in these 3 parts: provenance, compliance, and performance. So as you can see, our customers, the typical profile is this man. They are maybe, I didn't ask about his age, but around maybe 55, 60 years old. They hate IT. And when we come to them and speak about blockchain, generally they just say goodbye. They are very paper driven. And when you come and speak about maybe change your habits, it's quite complicated. So you need to adjust with the reality of farmers because it's more agriculture background, and to keep simple how we can provide solution. We try to follow the sustainable goal from United Nations. especially to provide food for everybody, good health and innovation, and to respect, to be more responsible for a better world, and to have some action regarding the climate. So the first part is regarding the provenance. As we can see here in this study, we had a lot of export fraud because of disruption, for sure. The first part is the dairy product, 360 million Australian dollars. We have also regarding the wine, 303. The meat, 272. The horticulture, I spoke last week regarding horticulture exporter, and there is a huge fraud where they reproduce the grain or the horticulture's part, where they can replicate with false brand. And the fishery, 189 million dollars. Globally, food fraud is becoming a significant challenge, estimated to cost 40 to 50 billion a year. And for Australia alone, it's between 2 to 3 billion. So it's a very sensible product where there is a huge problem. So fish, it's at very high risk of food fraud, and it concerns all types of fish, very vulnerable, and it includes misrepresentation of species, the origin, when it's farmed or wild caught status, and fresh or frozen status. This is an example regarding the catfish, where we can see that we had a lot of mislabeling issues. The catfish was identified like a perch for 30%, grouper for 20%, sole for 17%, plaice for 9%, halibut for 7%, or others for 17%. So overseas studies estimate that fish fraud generally is in the order of 20 to 30% with some product, and product forms found to be mislabeled 90% of the time. So globally, seafood is constantly ranked in the top 2 to 4 agricultural sectors, very vulnerable to food fraud, and is widely recognized as one of the 4 major food and food ingredient sectors targeted for fraudulent activities. So regarding Australia, who export in Japan, Australia export 94% of the tuna. The tuna export represent 94%. New Zealand, it's 5%. Thailand, it's 2%. Other countries, it's 9%. Regarding salmonids, China is 62% as the major exporter. Regarding swordfish export, it's it's others, but it's quite varied. So if we saw about the volume of export from Australia, 65% is fish, and 36% is crustaceans and mollusks. But if we look after the value of export, the crustaceans and mollusk is 74%, and the fish is 26%. Again, if we look after the volume in terms of kiloton, tuna is the number one, 11.3 kiloton, below salmonids and rock lobsters. But if we look after the volume of millions of dollars, it's first the lobsters with the high value of the product, and the tuna is the third position after the abalone. Regarding the compliance, we can see that nearly 600 million people worldwide become ill after eating contaminated food. 75% of producers agree that they need to change the way they work in order to deliver on digital transformation goals. And this number is quite interesting because we can see that there is a demand, there is a need. It's just how we start and where we can start. This is a Panasonic case study where they also try this scan from the consumer point of view to have the information of each product. 60% of consumers indicate that they want information that ensures the product is fresh, and 55% want information that ensures the product is safe. It's a good information also to see that the consumer wants to know more and more where the product comes from. It's the majority of them. It's where we start again. Two different examples was last year regarding the Kinder eggs during Easter. There were contamination with salmonella, and they had a batch, like a food recall per batch. So there were a huge loss for them because it was not per unique identifier, it was an entire batch who were recalled. And Nestlé had also last year National Chacoli in France regarding their pizza, Buitoni. So after the provenance, the compliance, let's move to the efficiency. 30% of food and wine produced in the world everywhere here is waste, and especially with this disconnection in the supply chain. So the cost, the estimated economic losses are more than 1 trillion Australian dollars. And 80% of the waste happens in production and along the supply chain. 80%, it's quite huge. Regarding the food standards, Australia and New Zealand, the website defines traceability as the ability to track any food through all stages of production, processing and distribution, including importation and at retail. So it means that the traceability, it's movement that can be traced one step backward and one step forward at any point in the supply chain. It's interesting to see that, in fact, this traceability, it's along all the chain, it's also to the consumer. So in the tuna industry, I just illustrated what are the different steps in the supply chain from the catch of the fish to the consumer. There is different possibility of digital flow. We can use barcode. It's the oldest system. It will disappear in the next couple of years. The barcode will disappear because we cannot put a lot of information on it. So the GS1 with the standard, the barcode is moving more and more with the QR code, where for the user, it's more convenient. People know how to use the QR code, especially with the COVID-19. You can scan it in different position because it's 2D. So we can use more often the QR code. We can also use the RFID tag. This is more for automation because you can scan 20 meters your tag. So you don't need to scan individually each product. You can use some geo-trackers, and we will see that in the presentation. So the geo-tracker, it's an IoT where you can geolocate by satellite your IoT. So it helps you to give this information. So this is one geo-tracker, it's one example. And you can track, for example, your boat during transportation. Let me put maybe here, you can see. Yeah, and this is a temperature sensor. And you can put also some humidity sensor or movement sensor inside your boat. So you can keep tracking in real time what happened during your transportation. You can put also some NFC technology for the consumer at the end of the chain. And in this digital flow, you can push some data in the cloud, and you can plug some blockchain network to secure your data. So the advantage of the blockchain is that you cannot modify your data. You have all the history, so it's very convenient for sure for against counterfeiting, but also regarding regulation, when you change the country, you need to provide trusted data, and so you cannot falsify this data. So you will push in the blockchain, like in small boxes, connected all together, this information, especially if you change between countries, between Australia to Japan. Oh, sorry, I have some issue to change my slide again. Sorry. Oh, what do you mean? That's right. Yes, thank you so much. Okay. So regarding the process with the tuna, they catch the tuna and they will do some weight measures to be sure that they will harvest in the good time. So they just do some weight and quality station to follow regarding the growing, and when it's a good weight, they harvest. They transport to the port. They put some tag. They do the weight and quality station. They do the packaging and dispatch, and they transport to Japan. What is interesting here also, it's the fact that Australia is the first country who impose to the tuna farms to put some tag on each tuna, especially when it's an entire fish. So this tag is a unique identifier per tuna, and they are obliged, if they export to Japan, to put it on each tuna. So it's frozen tuna, for sure, because it will after travel by boat to Japan. And Australia regulation provide this tag for the fish farmer. So after the fishing, they put the tag, they do the weight, packaging, and they after can scan this tag. But in fact, in reality, because they work very manually, this tag is not used as we can use officially by or with a scanner to automate. So you will have in your container the exact inventory by scanning the tag. they don't have scanner for this RFID tag. So there is a disconnection between the technology where they impose to have that for each tuna and the real use of the technology where they don't have any scanner to use it, because you need a scanner. You cannot scan with your phone because it's an RFID tag with some specific antenna. So you can see in the pictures on the left where they put the tag on the neck on each fish. And there is different color depending on which year is it. For example, you will have 2023, it's sky blue. Next year it will be black. In 2 years white. So you have special colors, and it's regulation we impose that. So it's also to answer to your question. It's not only for the branding, it's regulation. If you export to Japan as an Australian fish farmer, you need to do that. It's an obligation to respect the law. So there is different methodology from the farmer point of view, fish farmer point of view. The first methodology, it's the reality. Some use papers. So as you can see, on the on the green flag, it was a human mistake. They just put a wrong weight. So they have to register all the weight and the length. Another mistake, you can see the 64 and 65, they just put the length on the weight column and the weight on the length column. And you can imagine, for example, 1 day of work, it's 800 tunas arriving in 1 day, 800 tunas. So if you fill your papers with 800 tunas, you can imagine there is a lot of human mistakes. It's just a mess, and also very time consuming. And after, I saw this woman who just transferred this data to his Excel, and it was she was crying. It was just so hard for her, just to line by line follow and report the Excel file. So very complicated. So they have to share this data with the authorities when they export for each tuna. The second methodology, where the fish farmer is more advanced in technology, is to use an Excel. So there is in other place a woman who just stand near the process and just with this Excel just try to follow. And it's just also very complicated because the 800 tuna, for example, just arrive, and she needs to follow each weight and each scale on time, and just to cross with the RFID tag, the code unique identifier for each tuna. So it's the second methodology. So this Excel file will after be reported to regulation or share with the authority. The third methodology is to automate this process to save time, to reduce human mistakes by using the tag that they need to put. And they have this tag. So, for example, they can use a mobile phone where they will help to enter this data and to digitalize these entries. They can put with their phone with the team, so they don't have to invest a lot on software or everything. They can just use a phone. We download on their phone an app, or they can be redirected to a website on the phone. They need a Wi-Fi connection, but it's okay. They have it on the farm, and they can at each fish put this entry quickly. The other way is also to connect by Bluetooth with the scale or with the weight balance, so we can also simplify the process. by using the RFID tag, as you can see, you need a scanner. Just I wanted to show you how does it work. You have some antenna on each tag where you transmit the signal, and with your scanner, you will transfer to the database this data. So it helps, for example, to quickly push this data, and especially if you want to plug some blockchain after, you will quickly have all linked together. So the idea is to push this data in the cloud, in the secure cloud, where everybody can have clear visibility and transparency about what happened. So regulation, the fish farmer, but also probably the buyer or the consumer, to have the date of fishing or the exact weight before exporting. All this information that the fish farmer would like to share, but also what the regulation impose to have. At this stage, what I can see is the consumer is not ready to pay to have access to this data. He doesn't want to pay more to help maybe the fish farmer to have this technology. It's more the fish farmer who needs to have it or to invest on it. But the fish farmer can after share this data to the consumer if he wants. So not only with this marketing aspect, but also to share, he can share a story with the fish farmer, the data fishing. But because it's coming in the future, it will be ready to share this data, especially if the regulation impose worldwide or per country this kind of process. We can see that, for example, with the COVID-19. If you are early adopter and ready to move to the next step, for example, during the COVID-19, people who already have an e-commerce platform, they were ready during the COVID-19 to move and to continue to work as previously, rather than for people who were only on papers. It was harder during the COVID-19 to maintain their business with all the restaurant closed or all this lockdown. So in fact, it's also to have producers that are ready for the next way where we are going more and more, especially with the Industry 5.0, to have this human aspect, but also tech aspect cross it together. Oh, sorry, it's again frozen. But I know the process. I exit and I come back. Let's see the end of the supply chain between Australia to Japan by boat, by these geo-trackers. So you can see on the left the map. I put a tracker in my luggage. So between Adelaide, Cairns, and Japan. Theo, a special for you next time in your luggage, maybe put a tracker because you lose your luggage. It could be good to track and trace in real time. You can sell it just now. And I put this temperature sensor, so I had also the temperature during my transport. I put on the city on the right side, you can see that it's 24 degrees. When I was in maybe I don't know where, and this is on the back below. You can follow second per seconds or minutes per minute where your fish or your luggage go. So you can track and trace in real time, and especially your condition of transportation. For the fish, it's quite very important. It's perishable. It's also to be sure about the temperature of your container, to be sure about the condition of transportation. We had this example in the wine industry where they transported champagne between France to Australia, and the container were at -10, so a wrong temperature. And when the container arrived in Australia, all the bottles exploded because of the wrong temperature. So they lose it 30,000 euros. It happens. So if you can anticipate, especially with the temperature, to track and trace, because you can have this information, but generally it's when the container arrives at destination, rather than here. You can have this information and maybe anticipate in real time and avoid some errors during transportation. And also it happens when the container stayed, for example, in Singapore during 3 months under 40 degrees. The material or your product can change. We saw that, for example, with the oak. When we put the wine in the barrel and the oak, the taste of the oak changed between France to Australia because the container stay blocked under 40 degrees in some cities, so or on the sea. So it's why it's quite important also to have the entire supply chain and to follow also the condition of transportation. So it could be domestically, but it could be also internationally. The red points was what I did during the 2 weeks in Japan, where I went because I had this tracker. So I played with that in Japan, but it's just to see that you can track and trace with an example. Yesterday we went in the Osaka fish market. So we took the railway, and it was very interesting to show fresh tuna and frozen tuna. I think this one come from China, if I remember well. But I didn't see any RFID tag on each tuna, and it's interesting because we asked the question to a tuna seller, and they told us that the Australian tuna go directly to Tokyo and not Osaka, because there is no direct from to Osaka. And he was aware about the RFID tag, but in fact he told us that he didn't use it, and the fish would come to Japan. They have unique identifier, but it's on papers, as you can see. So with the water, maybe it could fall on the floor. I don't know, but it seems okay on this. But yes, it's very manual, not automated, and yes, you need to track and trace on papers where it comes from and what happened. And the other question was yesterday, do they care about the provenance? And the answer was interesting. They say that in fact, they are more interesting about the region rather than the provider or supplier. So it was quite interesting. The other challenge is the entire tuna comes from Australia to Japan, but after they cut some little pieces, how you can trace which pieces come from which tuna. So it could be interesting to put a QR code on each box, because when you will scan this QR code, so you can automate that with a camera, or it will push this data in the blockchain to cross this link between this entire tuna to these little pieces of tuna. But again, it's this disconnection between tech, what is feasible, and the reality. In fact, the QR code, it's quite free, cheap. It's so there is some solution. It's not expensive technologies. The trackers, for example, the geo trackers, there is different models, but it could be between 300 to maximum 1,500. But you reuse it because the lifetime of one geo tracker is 8 years. So it's a very small investment. And the app on the app could be, it's generally a monthly subscription. So yeah, maybe it's $200 per month. So it's not a huge investment. As you tell us before, it's more collaboration to find a good person to put all together around the same table to open discussion and to connect with the real world and maybe the tech world, or maybe also regulation university, as we are here today, and thank you for that. So yes, again, it's just to connect all together because it's very disrupted, and it comes from, as you can see, the Australian government has the farmer, the fish farmer, would they know that they need to move and to go away from papers to save time, to reduce human mistakes, and it comes from also the consumer who want to know where it comes from. So it's, I think, all together, it's just where we start, and what I can see, it starts maybe from the producer or the beginning of the chain, in fact, who needs to do it, even if he needs to invest on it, maybe more time than money. But because he has more and more pressure with governments, he needs to do it. For example, in the wine industry, there is a label integrity program in Australia, where on each label, you need to submit in Wine Australia your label and put some information on your label, where the wine come from, what are the ingredients, percentage of alcohol, sugar. So it's already there. It's just to connect the dots, probably, and also to help to support this way to move to a better world, to protect consumer. I don't know. Yes, maybe it's a lunch break. So bon appétit. How do you say in Japanese? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. And actually, any questions? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for interesting and excellent presentation. So I have 3 questions if we have time. So maybe first one is very, very simple. So your company is selecting, for example, traceability of the tuna, and also another target is wine. But in my feeling, the target is completely opposite side. Because, for example, in order to keep the traceability of tuna, maybe you have to keep the system at most maybe 2 or 3 years. But for wine, at the worst case, you have to prove the traceability of wine more than maybe 100 years and so on. Because several times wine has a long history, and also if you can keep the long history, maybe the price is becoming higher and higher. So from the system point of view, why are you selecting tuna and fishery and also wine?
So yes, we are specialized in IoT. So for us, it's the same technology behind the scene. In fact, in the wine industry, we track each block, which clone they use, which grape. So even if it's a old vineyard, in fact, for the moment they transmit generation to generation, they took some pictures of a notebook regarding what they did in the block number 3 with the GPS location of this block. It's very manual too. So I think it's the same issues that they have in terms of reporting on papers, everything. With the wine aging on oak, it's also they write on the oak or on papers. So I agree with you. It's not the same timeline regarding the product, but the oak, you use it during 6 to 7 years, so you need to track and trace what happened in your oak, and it's the same. You just take a QR code on each oak. So for us, it's the same technology. It's why we can see that it's farmer driving, and it's the same, I think, problem regarding moving from papers to something more convenient with phone or QR code or IoT. So we can see that it's the same issues at the end of the day.
Okay. And maybe second question is a little bit related to this issue. So maybe in order to provide some traceability system for tuna or fishery or wine, maybe you have to change the price because the period to prove the traceability is completely different. So maybe let's consider, so in order to prove the traceability of tuna, maybe you have to keep only 2 or 3 years. You have to keep the system for 2 or 3 years. But for wine, worst case is your company should keep the system more than 100 years or something. So maybe from that sense, how did you determine the price?
So in fact, in the food industry, I can see that it's quicker to implement, or because there is this food safety element that is very important. Rather than in the wine industry, if you put sulfate or if you put, so you have less obligation to protect the consumer because it's alcohol, and so in the food industry, yes, it's quicker to change that. In fact, in the Australia market, in the wine industry, Australia people consume the wine quicker than in France. So when they buy a bottle of wine, generally they drink the bottle the same day, or there is less cellar than in France to keep the wine 20 years or everything. Here we are more in the operation. So when the consumer buy the bottle and keep the bottle 20 years, in fact, here we don't have access to that because we are focused more in the operation. But the tech part is important. If you use NFC and you keep your wine 30 years in a cellar, the NFC, the lifetime is maximum 12 years. So you will not be able to scan your bottle anymore and to have some information of your bottle. It doesn't make sense. So it's why, yes, we are more in the part of the producer, where we try to help them to has an entry point to move from papers. It's why we keep our price same, because in fact we are less in this part where you keep your wine 20 years because the technology that, for example, the NFC, you will in 20 years you will have new technologies coming through, and it will be obsolete to use that, and it's why we integrated the last technologies.
Okay, thank you very much. And the last question is a little bit difficult question. So maybe I think your trial to put the RFID tag on the tuna, I like that trial. But question is, maybe did you ask the staff how much you maybe you can add some price for the traceability. Because in order to put the RFID tag and also in order to set the IoT devices, maybe you need some cost. So therefore, in order to add some traceability on the tuna, then maybe additional cost should be added. So how did you discuss with some staff how much you can add?
And in fact, it's
Could I interrupt? Sorry to interrupt, because I also have the same question. But maybe I think if we answer the question together, get a good answer. So I wanted to ask about how much the error rate is costing producers. So if you add, it's not just adding cost, then it's actually reducing cost, because if there are many error rates, for example, the weight is wrong, therefore when it's sold, the company loses 8,000 yen a kilo because the wrong weight is on. I don't know. So suddenly this cost becomes a cost saving, not a cost, an additional cost. So that was same sort of question as yours, I think. Yeah.
Yes, that's true. So maybe after lunch, also I will try to explain the survey. But honestly speaking, maybe we cannot add a huge cost for the traceability because most of person dislike additional payment for the traceability, but they need traceability.
Maybe they can't see. Hidden cost,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
it's a good question. In fact, Australia regulation imposed to buy this RFID tag. It's not us who provide this RFID tag in this tuna example. But the RFID tag, the price is between, it could be between 50 cents to $1.
Less than $1.
Yeah. And because they don't use it, it's yes, yes, they can use it because it's a cost. But in fact, for example, in the oak example, they employ one FTA who all the year try to find where is the oak in the warehouse to move oaks together, and because they have no traceability solution system. So it's also to save the time, because the time is money today, and the labor cost, it's more and more expensive. So in fact, they win a lot of money in terms of by saving times to reduce the staff and to focus more on specific tasks that are more added value.
Okay, thank you. But honestly speaking, maybe if some regulation will be set it by Australian government or Japanese government, it's easy. Because most of the companies should follow. Thank you.
Theo, sorry, Theo, could you use the mic so we can, thanks.
Natalie, yesterday you saw, you described the process here at the Osaka markets. And yes, of course, we have this situation where the regulations in Australia mean that we have to have these steps in the process to get the product into the market. Now, obviously, when you take a tuna carcass and you cut it different parts, then the distribution channels all change in Japan. So do you think there is a willingness from the consumer side, the people who buy, the food service people, the chefs and others, did you get a sense yesterday that there was a willingness for them to value this type of technology? And will their customers pay the extra cost or the benefit that brings? When you look at, say, Australian tuna, which is very highly regulated, and you've got maybe tuna coming from other parts of the world, right, that you saw, that it doesn't matter where it comes from.
Yes, I can see regarding the consumer point of view regarding safety, because in some tuna, sometimes there is some specific color tags to say that maybe there is a lot of, it's like a tuna, like not a premium tuna, and they put some specific tag. So when the tuna arrive here in the restaurant, they have some colors when they know from the farm provider that this tuna is maybe better than this one, has a premium quality. I can see for the consumer point of view that it protects him to contamination, especially for transportation, long transportation between Australia to Japan, but also as a win point of view, to be sure that what you eat is safe. Because what we saw yesterday is you can see that it's a huge market and there is no temperature control. It's just on ice, but you're not sure about the condition, how long it stays before moving to the truck or before selling to the buyers during the negotiation, even if it was very fast, but some tuna was on the floor, and just so you don't know about the condition and you have no transparency and visibility about that as a consumer. And when we had this discussion with this tuna buyer, he couldn't give more elements regarding where the tuna comes from or the condition, and all was with the air without any temperature control. So you can imagine, as also with my background in science, that you can have contamination very quickly if it's not tracking. And if a consumer is sick, how you can recall the batch to maybe protect other consumers, it's very challenging.
To ask about the retrieval of trackers and sensors. There's a cost there, particularly for exports. Can you give us an indication around, it's a bit similar to your question, Tatsu, what are the costs and the processes there?
Yeah, so for the geo-trackers, the starting point is around $300, the geo-tracker that you can use 8 years, to 1,000, depending, or 1,500, it's maximum. But with your tracker, you put only one in your container, if it's the same supplier, or per pallet, or depending on your process. But if you put only one in your container, it's not a huge investment. Regarding the sensor, it's around $30. So again, not but the lifetime of the sensor, it's less. It's maximum 2 years. So you need maybe to change it more often. So if it helps you to maybe anticipate your time delivery, or you will quickly win money, because you will maybe optimize your transportation condition between your petrol consumption domestically, to see that maybe your truck went this way, and you can maybe optimize also your petrol consumption, but also have a clear understanding and transparency about this kind of information will help to understand maybe year by year what happened, and maybe to compare the data together to have some good KPI. But to have some good KPI, you need some data to do that. So the cost is not, it's affordable. It's why we can work with small producers, small size, because we can see that when we come back, they have a big smile, and for them, they save so much time that, in fact, this investment, it's very affordable for them.
Just one final question at the back there. Do you have a microphone? Oh.
Thank you. I was afraid that tarnish my reputation as an attendee and you were not going to let me ask other questions. But no, no rough question this time. Actually, wish to thank you for a very interesting presentation, Dr. Take. It was extremely interesting, and it was extremely interesting. So my question, actually, I have a couple of questions, because I do believe that your industry is deemed to expand. It's just it's the way forward. At least that's my take on it. Of course, it's absolutely subjective, but it goes like this. So first question I would like to ask you: which one do you reckon may be the principal driver for an expansion of your industry? I want to corroborate this question just by quoting briefly an article that I read in Foreign Affairs, the issue back in January, February. There was a very interesting article called Inevitable Outbreaks, for anyone interested in political science. And basically they say what you say. Exact same, it's the same take, but of course they speak about it from the WHO perspective, from the UN perspective, and they really talk about tracing down contaminated batches. Maybe other attendees remember that back in January and February, there was a bit of a frenzy on the New York Times, the Financial Times, about the next avian flu. And so this was kind of the point that we're coming from. But of course, tuna and any other product, the perishable product, may fall into this category. So I would like to ask you, out of your experience in this industry so far, if it's whether the health concern that is really gaining traction because of the COVID-19 pandemic, all of a sudden, not just consumers worldwide, but also governments worldwide are much more keen and attentive to the provenance of their food and how fast it can perish and so forth and so on, or if there are other drivers. For instance, if you were to ask the European Union, they would tell you that the main driver is not the health concern, but it's the climate concern. At least that's the official statement of the EU. If you ask the Commission, it goes without saying. And having said this, I do share your point of view that the cost is, I wouldn't say insignificant per se, but it's a cost that's going to just be taken for granted in a few years. I mean, when Henry Ford retailed the automobile, insurances were not compulsory. I'm sure there was a little bit of aversion against paying extra for driving a car when governments introduce insurances. But pretty much everywhere on the planet now, you buy a car, you buy an insurance. You don't have a choice. So I am pretty sure that this technology is going to basically be the insurance. It's just going to happen. So one is a question, the principal driver. The second one is a speculation. If you could provide an educated guess out of your experience at what timeline we are looking forward, is it a 10, 20, 30 years timeline before this technology just not becomes the state of the art, but it becomes a fact, taken for granted, not just by consumer, but by governments that impose it on their civil societies, industry, so forth, so on. So yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. The driver, from my point of view or my experience, I think it's more efficiency in terms of farmers have more and more pressure, and they are small. 90% of producers are small producers, so they don't have enough staff to do everything. So now they have to apply for sustainable goals and to put in place in their processes sustainability, to monitor the water consumption, to monitor the carbon print. So they have more and more pressure. And if they are not efficient, for them it's very hard, more and more hard, very hard day work. So the driver, I think, in my point of view, it's not from the consumer point of view. He doesn't want to pay for that. It's not really regulation, even if the regulation push more and more for that. And it will take time, I think, to put in place worldwide or per country, because it's very disruptive. I think it comes from the producer, because he doesn't have time. He needs that now. So in short term, I think it's more efficiency. And I can see that he needs some help for that. He doesn't know what exists on the market, where to start with. And it's where I can see the value on that. For your second question, I can see that for the farmer point of view, it's already there. It's not in 10 years. As you can see, ChatGPT AI, even if it exists since more than 10 years, it's coming very quickly. Artificial intelligence and the paper world, I think, will move, especially for producers, because they need solution. They struggle to save time. And the QR code during the COVID-19 was a very good example where now everybody can use it. And we had to move to that, even if we didn't want to use a QR code. But we had to scan a QR code. So I can see that maybe it will be the early adopters, and it will be not worldwide to start with. It will be very localized. But I think it's already there, as people who use ChatGPT every day, like for coding. So we need to live with that and to quickly have that on board.
Can I just add to the conversation about tuna? Now, the global situation for tuna is that it's under complete stress. Australia has a very rare opportunity here in the most important market in the world, Japan, to continue to turn this from a commodity into a very specialized product. And I think the way I think about it from an industry strategy is that we only export 8,000 tons to Japan, right? This is a very high premium product. We should be treating it like premium champagne and beyond. So I think there's great opportunities beyond, you know, in this market for us to connect the chain up, because the industry in South Australia can catch no more, right? What it does, it goes out and catches baby tuna, which migrates from this part of the world all the way down to Australia. It sea ranches them in a very pristine environment. It feeds them pure sardines, right? And then it exports a very high value product to Japan. If I was the industry, what I would be doing is taking control of it, working with my partners here to premiumize it even further and connect the provenance and the special attributes that this Australian tuna has to the market, right? Then you can afford to do all the things that Satsuya-san talking about, the cost, right? Because already I think it's $30, $40 per kilo FOB, right? And I imagine, I don't know what a piece of tuna might be in a top restaurant, but it's going to be a lot more than that, right? And we saw from the previous example about the value that goes from the farm gate to the consumer. So from an Australian context, I think we have an incredible opportunity to work collaboratively in this market to improve that and give value to that product and pay respect to it, because it is a very finite resource. We cannot grow more grapes and produce more champagne. We cannot get more bluefin tuna. And the last stocks of bluefin tuna in the world are now in the Pacific. And there is a battle going on between many big countries to catch, secure, and get that product to market. So I think we need to get out of the commodity mindset and think about these very specialized value chains so that we can protect the resources and we can afford to co-invest back into the marketplace. That's my comment.
Very much, Theo. That was excellent. Yes, exactly. So also thank you very much to Natalie for an excellent presentation. We'll break for some lunch now and we'll start back at 1 o'clock. So thank you.
producers and consumers, transparency in the life cycle process of moving goods through the supply chain is required. To solve this problem, Denso has developed a traceability system that combines its proprietary technology of QR codes and a blockchain platform. Denso's traceability system uses 4 technologies to achieve
some interesting information on questionnaires as well that he's conducted. So that'll help us to understand what consumers are thinking as well. Thank you, Okabe-san.
So good afternoon. My name is Tatsuya Okabe, and thank you very much for giving me a chance to present here. And maybe this time presentation time is very, very difficult because after lunch, generally most of person is becoming sleepy. So by doing my best, I want to keep you wake up. But if my presentation is very, very boring, so please exploit at this time for your health. Okay. Coffee. Okay, please enjoy. Okay, so before starting my presentation, firstly, I want to do my self-introduction. So in 1970, I was born in Osaka. And after that, I grown up in Osaka. So after graduation of Osaka University, then also I joined West Japan Railway Company. So in that time, I worked for West Japan Railway Company Kyoto branch. So my former office was in Kyoto Station, and and also during the West Japan Railway Company, also I obtained the driver license. So therefore, also I can drive the train. But, okay, and also I strongly like Kyoto because, for example, I met my wife in Kyoto. And also, my wedding party was held near here. So therefore, I like Kyoto. But after that, I changed my job from West Japan Railway Company to Honda R&D. So therefore, I moved to the Saitama prefecture near Tokyo. And now I'm living in Saitama. But my hometown is still Osaka. So it is nice time to come back to hometown. And then, after obtaining a PhD from Germany, Bielefeld University, Germany, then I changed my job from Honda to Denso. And now I'm leading the traceability using blockchain and QR code. Maybe as you know, Denso is a founder of the QR code. So therefore now we are exploring QR code. And if I have a time, also I want to show some demonstration to you. Okay, and also, today, I want to follow the following agenda. Firstly, I roughly explain our intention or our target. Regarding social trend, maybe you know as well. So therefore, maybe I want to skip mostly skipped. And then I want to explain our traceability system using blockchain and QR code. And also, recently, we are thinking that how to monetize the traceability and how to install our traceability system in the world. So therefore, also we carry out some questionnaire in Japan, USA, Germany, and India. Unfortunately, I forgot carry out in Australia. So if I know that this situation, I carried out Australia, but next time I will try. And then I want to summarize my presentation. But if we have a time, I want to show new QR code for specially designed for the traceability. And also, we want to show some demonstration about traceability or battery. Okay. So firstly, I want to explain social trend, but maybe you know as well. So recently, of course, many persons request to show some traceability due to the maybe some illegal supply chain or something. And also, recently, there are a lot of regulations which will be determined. In particular, first one is battery traceability from the European Commission. So maybe on the right side, I wrote battery traceability. And in 2020, European Commission suddenly released some so-called EU battery regulation. And based on this regulation, we cannot sell any product with battery without any traceability. So therefore, currently, many automotive companies is rushing up to establish traceability. And this tendency is changing, shifting from battery traceability to the digital product passport. So all traceability for that product should be done in the near future. And without any traceability, we cannot say anything. this is the current trend in the world, in particular industrial area. And also, many persons say that by putting some traceability information, we can carry out correctly about the recall. For example, in order to generate some automotive car, like car, sometimes we have to combine several modules from several companies. But in some certain combinations shows some worse performance. But currently there is no traceability about the maybe parts. So therefore, for example, if some problem occurred, automotive company should carry out some recall for all combinations. But if we can add some traceability information, then we can restrict or reduce the size of the recall. So therefore, also automotive company want to carry out some traceability. But problem is the cost. I asked you before. Okay, so maybe most of the part I want to skip. And also, recently, one of the trend is data exchange platform, maybe as you know. So in order to carry out traceability, sometimes we have to establish data exchange platform because, for example, trade information should be transferred from certain company to another. And recently, for example, European Commission is trying to generate some standard platform, so-called Gaia-X. And a special version of the Gaia-X for the automotive area, often called Catena-X. And also, Japanese government is worrying about because if we have to follow completely European platform, then all data should transfer from Japan to Europe. And also, if Australia country is following, for example, European platform, then all data should transfer from Australia to Europe. And of course, Catena-X or Gaia-X said that they will keep some neutral position. But it is sometimes very difficult because it is sometimes for the company point of view, we don't worry, we will worry about the transfer the data from company to outside. So therefore, also Japanese government is trying to establish a data exchange platform, so-called Uranos ecosystem. This information was released in G7 Hiroshima summit. Recently, this summit was finished, as you know, maybe this week or something. So in this summit, also Nishimura, Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry, said that Japan will establish data exchange platform, so-called Uranos ecosystem. And also, they said that already some negotiation between Japan and Europe was done with Europe Commission Executive Vice President, Mrs. Bestia, maybe I don't know the proper accent. But also, maybe this one is strongly influenced the traceability system because we have to establish some traceability system on this data exchange platform. Okay. And this is our target. Of course, it's very simple. So we want to become a blockchain platformer, in particular for the vehicle. And we are carrying out 3 topics. First one is, of course, Denso is some tier 1 company to produce some parts of the vehicle. So therefore, we want to gather a lot of data in secure way. So therefore, we are establishing a mobility blockchain. And after collecting some data, of course, we have to exploit some data for new service. So therefore, also we are establishing a so-called consortium type blockchain to share the data to another company. And also, in order to support this system, we are establishing traceability blockchain. Later, I will focus on this one. And already I said that since Denso is a founder of the QR code, so therefore we know well. So therefore, maybe as exploitation of QR code is one of our merit. And another one is also we are trying to install traceability system on the hardware, like ECU, electric control unit in the vehicle. So therefore, by combining our strong point, former strong point, and IT or traceability system, we want to generate some service or value to the world. Okay, so roughly, I want to show Denso traceability system. So firstly, we are thinking that we want to prove some origin of the food, like hamburger. And when we will try to buy some hamburger, sometimes we are worrying about the origin of the food, or sometimes a deadline of the food. So therefore, by combining blockchain and QR code, we want to show some traceability for example, parents or mother or children. So in order to show some traceability to children or parents, maybe we have to use a smartphone. Otherwise, we cannot request to the user to buy additional apparatus. So therefore, we are using smartphone. And to tackle or to establish traceability system, we have to consider 4 topics. First one is maybe we don't have to explain, but how to avoid tampering of our traceability information. So for that purpose, we are using blockchain. And another one is maybe most of the person is not discussing, but also we have to consider how to match the correct information to the product. So for example, if we can obtain some proper data or information, but we cannot prove that this information is related to this one. So therefore, we have to solve some problem, so-called product information matching. For this purpose, we are exploring QR code. The basic concept is very, very simple. We are putting the hash value, summary of the information on the server, and also we are putting some same information on the QR code. And by combining both information, then we can provide some traceability information. So maybe in the real situation, the following phenomena is the same. So if you are, for example, borrowing some safety in the bank, sometimes we have to bring our key, and bankers will bring some another key, and by using 2 keys, we can open safety. So therefore, maybe that concept is installed in our traceability system. And another one is, after these 2 concepts, we tried to carry out some POC, and the traceability POC seemed successfully finished. But the problem is, most of the supply chain staff said that they are using QR code or barcode already. So, but in order to carry out traceability, we have to add some additional information on the QR code or barcode. And if we are trying to put another information to the existing QR code, what happens? Of course, we have to modify all apparatus. Because from the machine point of view, if machine is trying to read the QR code, the machine can recognize former data, but additionally, unknown data is coming. So therefore, maybe we have to solve this issue. And by develop some specially QR code, we solve everything. So firstly, we are keeping the existing system, but we are hiding another QR code in existing QR code. Later, I will show. And another one is how to keep the trade secret on the traceability. So traceability sometimes requests us to disclose all information from the company, but most of companies dislike to disclose data or information. So therefore, we are putting another concept, so-called maybe exploitation of hash value or free homomorphic encryption. So this is later in the movie you can see, but it is very simple. So firstly, all data should be stored in independent company. But if we are keeping this situation, we cannot prove that this data is correct or not. So simply we are storing the hash value of the file. And then when, for example, governmental office requests to disclose some data, and if data owner will accept the data disclosure, then we are comparing the hash value from the company and also blockchain. So by comparing both hash value, we can prove that this is original file or not. And maybe in the next slide, maybe this part, I want to explain, and then I want to show some movie to give our concept. So we are combining 4 concepts in our traceability system. Left 2 are showing ID based on the QR code. And the right side general traceability system. So there are a lot of questions when we will ID in the existing product. So when we can start the traceability. So we are providing some seal type QR code like that. And by putting this one, we can start traceability. And also, we are generating some special designed QR code. Later, I will show some demo. And another one is hash application to keep the trade secret. And also, we are using blockchain. So by combining both concepts, we realize our traceability system. Okay, then I want to show the movie. Just please. 出てますか？大丈夫そうですか？出てますね。Okay, so please see our concept movie.
Some of the real problems that can affect our society today are counterfeit food labeling and the exploitation of child labor in mining rare materials. Mandatory tracing of carbon footprint and recycled materials are proposed to achieve carbon neutrality. In order to solve these social issues surrounding producers and consumers, transparency in the life cycle process of moving goods through the supply chain is required. To solve this problem, Denso has developed a traceability system that combines its proprietary technology of QR codes and a blockchain platform. Denso's traceability system uses 4 technologies to achieve traceability that are independent of data format and data capacity. The first one is what we call unique ID. In order to match the traceability information with the object, we assign an ID that can be traced from raw material to each component part to a complete finished product. The second is a QR code. The world standard 2-dimensional QR code developed by Denso is ideal for the management of individual part identity. Various QR codes can be selected depending on the application. The third is a hashing application. All data provided by each manufacturing process is converted into an encrypted hash value. It is not possible to recover the original data from the hash value, and hashing makes it possible to protect the confidentiality of the data and prevent tampering. We also reduce the data size by managing hash values with a fixed length. The fourth is a blockchain platform. The hash value from each process is incorporated in the traceability system. In the blockchain, hash values are registered in the distributed ledger. So even if tampering occurs, even in just one part of the supply chain, inconsistencies with other ledgers occur, and the disturbance can be detected instantly. QR codes are now used all over the world in many different industries and applications. Denso's traceability system ensures consistency between products and their traceability records by simply attaching or embedding a QR code, and this in turn provides a visualization of the supply chain and distribution processes. QR in QR code, a new technology that embeds 2 types of QR code information in one QR code, can be introduced at a low cost while maintaining the existing infrastructure of legacy tracking systems. This unique QR code also plays a key role in protecting data from tampering or confidentiality, which can be a problem for some traceability systems. Therefore, Together with the blockchain, the QR code protects customers' important information and prevents tampering. In addition, by using special QR codes developed independently by Denso, such as transparent QR codes that do not interfere with the product aesthetics, the system has flexibility to match a wide range of businesses and can only be provided by Denso, the originator of QR codes. Denso's traceability system provides visibility into the supply chain and distribution processes and enables immutable transparency through all of the life cycle, from producer through consumer. This gives end users peace of mind and can increase the value of the goods sold using this method. Denso has been working to realize a society in which people and goods can move safely. We will continue to contribute to the safe transfer of information as well as people and goods.
Okay, so this is concept movie. So later I will show some demonstration to you. So now I want to shift maybe little bit severe part about business model. So for engineer, it is very, very difficult to explain this part, but I will try. Of course, after establishing some platform like traceability, then every time we are asked how much we can sell the traceability or how to establish some business model. So for this purpose, we carry out several surveys in Japan, USA, Germany, and India. So the method is very, very simple. By using internet, we are asking several persons to carry out some survey. And the sampling is like that. So about 2,000 people from Japan answered, and also nearly 1,000 people from USA, Germany, India answered. And of course, we are adjusting the female and male ratio and also generations. Because if we are focusing on a little bit certain maybe sample, the result is not correct. So therefore, in order to adjust our result to existing population or distribution of the generation, then we are changing. Okay, so firstly, I want to explain reliability for label on food. So maybe some tendency can be observed. Maybe India seems to be very typical tendency. So more than 60 citizens in Japan, USA, Germany, and India trust the label on food. But more than, sorry, I forgot this one. Sorry, more than, I made a mistake. More than 80% of Indian citizens trust the label. But regarding this one, please consider the later result because the tendency is a little bit different. So Indian persons in particular rely on the label, but they need traceability. And the tendency is a little bit different. And also Japan and Japanese and German shows lower strong trust than US and India. So from this one, you can see that the tendency of India and USA are very similar. And also Germany and Japan shows similar tendency. And then next one is safety of food. So for example, Indian person are nearly 60%, or including orange one, more than 90% of Indian person are worrying about food safety. But Japan, maybe all less than 10% of the person who always worrying about the food safety. So, and also, maybe let's see this part. Japanese person maybe strongly rely on the supply chain, even if several problems occurred already. And then, also, sorry, after your presentation, I added this part. So my question is, what kind of worry exists on the food? And also, we obtained some data from Japan, USA, Germany, and India. And maybe some different tendency shows as an array. And from this one, maybe we can summarize that Japan worry for the level of fraud is higher than other country, but worry for environmental pollutant and food poisoning are fewer. Maybe from Japanese point of view, maybe we can expect this tendency. Although there are a lot of problems on the newspaper. And regarding USA, many the worry for the additive is lower. And Germany worries for genetic recombination and maybe some medicine on the agriculture are higher. But worry for imported food safety is lower. And based on my knowledge, when I stayed in Germany, maybe there are a lot of imported food from another country. So therefore, nobody worry about it. And regarding India, maybe worry for allergy is higher. And also, my member are coming from India, so sometimes they have allergy, so therefore they are worrying about this one. This is certain information, and based on this one, maybe we should establish some business model for the traceability. And there, we are asking the intention to use traceability. This is very, very pity result. So firstly, please see Japan. Of course, nearly 40% of Japanese citizens want to use the traceability system if we are releasing the traceability. But this part, many persons will not use traceability. Maybe they strongly believe that supply chain, existing supply chain. But let's see that India also, maybe India has some strong tendency. Nearly 95% of Indian citizens want to use traceability system if we can provide the traceability information. And then, this is very little bit severe question. How much do you want to pay for the traceability? And maybe please ignore a brown part and the gray part. They will not pay anything for the traceability. So as a color part should be seen. But for example, Indian person want to pay some additional cost or extra cost for the traceability. And Germany, USA, and maybe fewer Japanese person want to pay extra cost for the traceability. And from here, we are surveying as a what kind of how much can they pay the traceability. Maybe unfortunately most of the person is only will pay only 1%. Of course, 3 or 5 sometimes increase, but maybe only 1% of the cost will be paid for the traceability. But let's consider the total market of the food in the world. It is very, very huge. So therefore, even if we can gather only 1% of the total market, I think that sufficient. That is my feeling. And based on this result, so we are picking up this colored percent. So Japan is only 26% of Japanese citizens want to pay some traceability, and also USA 58, and Germany 62, and India 68. So based on this one, we can say that maybe we have to install our traceability or traceability system in USA and India. But the problem is India, maybe total salary level of India is a little bit lower. So therefore, by multiplying this value, maybe total market is a little bit shrink. So therefore, in my feeling, firstly, we have to install our traceability system in USA. And also from the acceptance point of view, maybe India seems to be good. But the problem is it is not good for traceability in Japan. That is my feeling. Okay. Then, firstly, I want to summarize, and then I want to shift some demonstration. So firstly, I explained the social trend, and also I explained the dense traceability system. And then, from the questionnaire, I explained acceptability of the traceability. and maybe possible price can be summarized for only 1% of the price. Okay, then I want to shift some demonstration roughly. And the problem is I have to check again about the, oh, maybe now we can see. Okay, so now I want to mirror this smartphone to this one. So firstly, let's try to see this QR code. We often call QR in QR code. We are hiding another QR code in existing QR code. So firstly, from normal scanner, we will try to read. So the service message is, welcome to Japan. Please enjoy your stay in Kyoto. But we are hiding another message. Okay. So let's try to see. Okay. This QR code has two messages. First one is a service message, public information. And another one is, thank you for your invitation for this excellent conference. So the concept is very, very simple. So let's try. First we will generate QR code and on the same way. And then we see the color. And we can see four combinations: black, white, black. And of course, if both QR code and the black part, we are simply putting the black. And also one is same. But the problem is the difference between the public QR code and private QR code shows different color. So simply, if public QR code shows black and also this white is the private QR code, simply we are putting red. And regarding different situation, if some white is the public QR code and also black on the private QR code, generate yellow. And the concept is very simple. So if we are using normal scanner or smartphone will determine only darker color or lighter color. So therefore, from the normal scanner point of view, black and red will become black. So therefore, this law will generate public QR code. But by combining a different red, so black, yellow will generate black, and also white, red will generate white. Then we can generate private QR code. So therefore, if we are putting some existing information on the public QR code, and if we want to add additional information, we can use private QR code. This QR code has two layers. Okay, and next, I want to show some traceability information. So if we can obtain some, if we will buy some product like food, then also we are putting some QR code. And by reading this one, we can show some traceability information like that. So, I made a mistake. Okay, so this QR code has only hashtag. So that is 32 characters. And based on this one, we are asking this information to the server. And also server has a same QR hashtag. And by combining the same QR hashtag, then we can get some traceability information like that. And this is, for example, battery information. And also, we can check some logistic paths. And also, we can show some like this information. So, by combining, by using the QR code and also by putting some additional information based on this QR code, then we can automatically pile up some old traceability. And this application automatically detected the very complicated traceability. Because traceability sometimes shows some very complicated maybe flow tree. So some some product will generate many, for example, material. And sometimes we can divide this product into another product. So therefore, supply chain itself is very, very complicated. But simply reading the QR code and also this application automatically detect or treated as a complicated supply chain. So using, for example, this one, also we can provide some information like that. In this case, battery. Sorry, not food. But by also we are generating this type of the traceability, and also we are combining some special QR code with this one. But unfortunately today, I didn't bring any additional apparatus, so therefore we cannot read some transparent QR code. But I have some sample. But if you are interested in, later I will show. But today I cannot generate infrared lights, so therefore I cannot read. Okay, so my presentation is over. So maybe there are a lot of questions or comment. Please let me know. Thank you. So maybe I will show this part in particular.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you very
presentation.
much.
I have two questions for you.
Yeah.
The first one is, do you commercialize your QR codes to, for example, a company who would like to have this specific QR code? And the second question is, do you see a difference between the appetite of traceability between the automobile industry or maybe to track chemical product, pharmaceutical industry, or the health sector regarding medicine and the food industry? Do you see a difference with the interest of regarding traceability?
So regarding first one, of course, now we are discussing about business model. And firstly, we developed some special QR code for our traceability system. But many persons sometimes say that please sell this part only without traceability. So therefore now our sales division is thinking. And also I asked already. And regarding the sector, honestly speaking, all sector is the same concept. Because the input data will be changed according to the business unit. But however, basic system can be exploited for all sector. So today I didn't show any input, but simply regarding registration of the traceability system. For example, sorry, this is Japanese version, but I want to keep some image. So this is some API for the registration of traceability. But the problem is, according to the company, input data will be changed or data format will be changed. So therefore, this part is data format some company should install. But we can easily change this part according to the JSON format because this area will be determined the JSON format. So therefore, by changing JSON format, we can change what we can add additional part. So therefore, according to the request from the business unit, we are simply changing the JSON format. And as a concept or as an application is completely the same. But first, honestly speaking, firstly, I want to install this system for the food. But due to the EU battery regulation, of course, we are tier 1 company for automotive company. So therefore, we have to change a little bit the battery traceability now. But also, we want to exploit the same concept to the food or others.
Hear me? All right. On the 4 pillars that you had for your platform, when you had identification, blockchain, QR code, and the hash, what is that hash function that you're using? Is that just like a basics?
Generally, we are using simply SHA, SHA 256 or something.
Yeah, SHA-256.
And by, for example, the company will generate some information, or sometimes we will have some file for the examination of the product. And then if we are requested to send this data to others, maybe we will refuse. So therefore, we are keeping only data. And by calculating hash value of the file, then simply we are sending this hash value to others or blockchain.
So the data that's been stored on that blockchain that you had, is that just the SHA-256 hashes of the original data?
Yeah, so in the blockchain, we are only storing hash value. But of course, from a traceability point of view, sometimes we have to see the raw value.
Yep.
So therefore, in that case, using another application, we will request the disclosure of the data to data owner. And according to the data owner's decision, then if they will accept the disclosure, then they will send some data to us. And during this concept, also we are using one up, one down concept.
Yeah.
Because as you know, the business relationship is also a trade secret. So for example, we are buying several material or several parts from another company, and then we will send our product to the automotive company. And from automotive company point of view, sometimes they want to know where Denso is buying, but also that is trade secret. So therefore, without any disclosure of the business relationship, we can open the data.
Okay. And that blockchain that you're putting that on,
Yeah.
Since the data is hashed and you can't tell what it is, are you using like a private blockchain or using something public?
Currently, we are using private blockchain. Because if we are using public blockchain, then we have to consider the incentive of the miner. And also, from the business point of view, maybe the user will pay very small amount of the cost for the traceability. So therefore, maybe we cannot use public blockchain because from pure income, then we have to pay some maybe incentive to the miner. Maybe it's simply impossible. That is my feeling.
Yeah, so it's a cost issue.
Yes.
Okay. And so just another question.
Yeah.
The QR codes, you're having like the public version and then the private version.
Yeah.
So the public version is obviously accessible from any kind of iPhone. That private version, is that limited by I don't have the right software on my phone to decode it? Or is it private in the fact that it's hashed with some kind of key that I don't have?
So regarding this one, currently we are thinking, but finally we will provide some application freely to the user. But for the publication of the QR code, maybe we have to charge with some small amount.
Okay, so but the QR code's private due to a lack of technology that I have, not via some kind of cryptography. Okay.
Yeah. And maybe as you know, regarding AI point of view, it is easier to separate only 4 color. So therefore, by combination, we are generating 2 QR codes.
Okay, so the public-private QR code is more so just integrating with the existing systems as opposed to
Yes.
obfuscating some kind of information. Okay. And so just last question.
Yeah.
Another one of those 4 pillars you had was identification, some kind of unique identifier that you're assigning. In food traceability, something like GS1 is quite popular with global trade item numbers. Are you following like a similar standard for your unique IDs that you're using?
Currently, we are discussing about standardization of the format for the in the QR code. Because as already explained, we are putting hash value on the QR code, but that is not standard currently. So now, with Japanese government or European Commission, we are discussing how to determine the ID on the QR code or something.
So could you elaborate more? When you say you put the hash value on the QR code, what is that hash that's going on that QR code?
So generally, for example, the complete summary of the all trade information. To the
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
So of course, even if we are gathering a lot of information from all supply chain, but we can calculate hash value in certain number of characters.
Yeah.
So therefore, we are putting that information to the QR code.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of merit. So if we are adding additional information to the QR code, then QR code is becoming bigger and bigger. But from the apparatus point of view, maybe the bigger QR code is not suitable. So for example, if we are buying like the photo and the QR code is like that, that is not good from the design point of view. So therefore, in order to keep same size of the QR code, we are calculating hash value from the original data.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just have a short question. What is the percentage of consumer who scan the QR code?
So currently, our concept is, of course, we are providing the application for the user. So therefore, now we are generating some application for iOS or Android OS. And so therefore, for the user, we will provide that application freely. But we will charge to the company in the supply chain for usage of the traceability system. Because honestly speaking, maybe let's try to think as a children. So of course, sometimes children want to know or doubting some information of the food. But we cannot ask to buy some application to the children. So therefore, currently we want to release the application to the children or mothers freely. But we have to charge that cost to the company in the supply chain. That is our concept now.
Sorry. Very interesting presentation. Thank you. One thing I want to ask is, like, a lot of companies, like for example, the automobile, they already have their own databases and all. So when this is when you're going to use the blockchain, I assume your technology is on your private database, and that's how it works. But how will you integrate it with the information they have on their own databases, right? Would that not be a problem?
So firstly, from our side, we will send some hashing application. So using hashing application, the company can calculate only hash value without sending any data to our server. And after calculation of the hash value, then using API we are providing, they should send that hash value to our server. And we will store this data in the blockchain.
So the data that's confidential data, right? So that will remain in their server.
No. Confidential data should be stored in the private company. We will not receive any private data. And so regarding hash application or hash value, there are a lot of merit. From the hash, we can calculate the hash value from the file. But from hash value, we cannot regenerate the original data. But if some person will change some data, for example, adding space or something, then we will generate, this file will generate completely different hash value. And maybe they cannot reproduce the same hash value. So therefore, by storing only hash value of the file, then we avoid illegal change in the private company.
And I just wanted to ask, like, why did you not study China? Because that seems like another huge market, right? And it's richer. So.
That is a very difficult question. So regarding business model, we should focus on, currently we are a little bit focusing on the battery area because that is complete regulation. So EU battery regulation says that without any traceability, maybe all company cannot say anything in European region. So therefore, we don't have to explain the merit of our traceability system to the customer, because if they will not install any traceability system, they cannot sell. So it's very simple to explain. But of course, for the business point of view, we have to shift another business field. So therefore, in that case, we have to explain the merit and the cost of the traceability to them.
And one last unrelated question. How did you get your phone on the thing? That's the first time I'm seeing it.
How?
On your phone, on the laptop, which application is that?
Oh, here? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm installing some mirroring software on the PC. And then the smartphone information will be mirrored.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But the problem is now I'm using, for example, a Power Mirror software, and this is was made from a Chinese company, sometimes unstable. But maybe now they are trying to. Maybe I hope. Oh. I don't know. Okay. Unstable. Okay.
Demonstration.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so regarding this software, sometimes before the presentation, I have to check every time.
We okay? Okay, Bisan?
Yes, please.
I was going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
This is very complex, right?
Yeah.
So if you are trying to get this to be adopted by one company, how would you approach that in terms of the benefits for the company so that you can demonstrate the system works, right? And then you can take the demonstration benefits of that demonstration, then convince others to adopt, right?
Okay.
Have you done that yet? Have you been able to connect that?
So Theo, I've got to interrupt you here. You're asking an engineer a salesman's question. That's not fair for Wakaru-san, I don't think.
Teddy has a sales team, right?
Yeah, but he's
And
an
a marketing
engineer.
team working away, right? So he must communicate the technology and the way
Oh,
the
I'm sure,
technology
yeah.
can be applied.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to understand here, how does he market that, right, to his
Now
sales
you're
team?
asking for your
how they
marketing man
respond?
as well now.
Well, go and bring him. No, but he's a very smart man. He knows.
As you pointed out, maybe the combination between the engineer and the business person are very, very important. So, because of course, from engineer point of view, simply we want to generate some technology without any needs from the customer. But from the maybe salesman point of view, they know well about the need, but they didn't know well about the technology. So sometimes the sales division receives some strong or illegal strange request from the technical point of view. So therefore, the combination is very, very important. That is rough explanation. And another one is main question is, of course, we are discussing how to install the traceability to several companies. And of course, if the regulation is setting, then maybe they have to use. But many persons say that, of course, the traceability is very, very important, but they want to receive another merit, how to reduce the existing work or something. So by combining the another merit with traceability, then they will try, we consider the installation of the traceability. But if we are providing one traceability system, then most of the person or most of the company will be used with that if the regulation is not set. So every time we have to consider how to reduce the existing work using the traceability system. Yes, that's true.
I will have the last question.
Yeah,
very interesting survey that you showed. Just wondering, how did you do it? I mean, you mentioned that it was internet survey. You did the internet survey. You survey by internet.
Yeah.
So who did you approach? Who are the people giving you this?
Okay. So of course there are
More interested with Indian data because you said 70% Indian people willing to pay for it.
Yeah.
I mean, if a zero was missing, I would have accepted it. But 70% does sound too much.
So of course we are collaborating some maybe some company who has a lot of knowledge about the questionnaire, and that company are storing many person as a voluntary or sometimes maybe huge cost. So by asking another company like questionnaire, then they will gather the sampling like that, and by providing some home page, and if this person will answer, they will receive very small salary, very small salary, but it is very small, nearly voluntary base. But many persons already registered the person who will answer toward the questionnaire.
was doing it on behalf of Denso.
Yeah.
All right.
Because there are a lot of companies like that.
Mhm.
They have some knowledge about questionnaire or survey.
Mhm. And what do you mean when this you translate that 68 point whatever percent into some 958,000 citizens?
So of course, also they can analyze
No, not this
Yeah.
one. If
Oh.
you go back,
Okay.
please.
this one.
No, where the person?
Oh.
Yeah, for this,
Yeah.
this one. So 68.1% India, and 550,000 citizens. Okay, I understand. Good. Okay.
So simply we are multiplying the total population to
Mhm.
this ratio. And also today I didn't explain, but according to the salary, also we can multiply.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
therefore, according to the country, we can estimate the total market size for the traceability.
Mhm. All right.
Yeah.
I believe we can proceed to the next. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I can see my presentation. That's mine, yeah. Okay. And I use the quick machine, huh? Okay. Okay. So I can see the screen. Right. Now I'm going to take a completely different tack here because I'm really on a fishing expedition, right? And I came to this conference to get to learn quickly about what's happening in this area and to see how I can connect up with my food sector in Australia and my university. So I was given the job by Gareth to come and present, and I wondered what I was going to talk about, right? Because I could talk about a lot of things. So in my PowerPoints, I usually put a lot of information. So I won't go through everything, but if you like what's there, you can read it later. And I have a lot of links, and I hope that we can have some discussion after that about improving. So my background, I've been nearly 48 years in the food industry, so in the business of food. So I grew up on a fruit orchard in the Riverland. So I was lucky enough to be trained in food science, management and marketing, etc. And I worked in international markets, etc., and do work in research for development. So that's me. I started my job looking after the family goat to provide milk for my poor family, right? So that's me in 1965, right? So you can see how old I am. So today's presentation is really about our evolving world of trade between Australia and Japan. An introduction to my home, which is Adelaide in South Australia, right? Because I want you all to come to Adelaide, right? And I'm going to try and inspire you by having some case studies on three sort of organizations that I've actually selected. And I'll go through those three very shortly towards the end of the presentation. But initially, I'm going to talk to you about where I work. I work at the Centre of Global Food and Resources. It's at our university. We make money from teaching students and research, right? And we work across these areas there. And there's a website there you can have a look at. And if you are interested in understanding techniques about value chain and value chain diagnostics, then you can go and do this training course, which is free online. So that gives students a good introduction, particularly our master's students, because we only deal with master's students and PhDs, not undergraduates. A background about what we do at the centre at the University of Adelaide. And we're quite successful at it. So my history is my parents. They migrated to Australia from Greece in 1955. And I'm very glad that they did, because you can see the other picture there. That's the town of Corinth. That's my father's family, and there's my family. So the advantage is there's a big stark difference between how I live my life and how my parents live my life. And I think it's all due to the decision my father made to come to Australia, right? And it's a really lucky country. And I've got to take this opportunity to reflect on the past for you. So if you don't know a lot about Australia, you'll appreciate that it's had a culture for over 60,000 years. And I pay my respects to the elders, because I come from a small town in the country of the Meri people where I was born, the Koana people where I live, and of course, the Permanjak people that exist in the area where I have my house. So I owe it to them because Australia, my home in Adelaide, has the doors open. You can see our new logo, and it's open to the world. And essentially, we have a very strong strategy in tourism, education, and in food business to open ourselves up to the world, because that's where we see our prosperity. So we call it the Great Southern Land of great opportunities. Small population, and Gareth went through the size. We're about, twice as big than Japan. So it's a big country, but there's a lot of unused land and a lot of resources we can't access. So Australia has a modern history, right? And it was first settled by Europeans in 1788. And those 6 colonies became a federation in 1901. And we've had waves of migration to Australia, right? And we continue to have. And we have essentially a new nation in the world, right? Very small population, 30% of foreign born, 200 nationalities, 270 ethnic groups. And we have a really multicultural society that accepts people from all over the world. So therefore, we are connected to all parts of the globe. And we also have our headquarters, our nation's capital in Canberra, where Tom works from. And they have a role of connecting the states and the federation together and supporting the nation as it progresses. The interesting thing about a multicultural society, we have very popular cuisines, which means that Australians are experiencing lots of different cultures and lots of different foods. And you can see Japanese food is there, and we have a global food culture. And I think it's important to understand that, because that helps us do business overseas. And it helps us try to be more relatable for you when you want to do business in Australia. Okay? So when I was working in the Pacific, working on marine products, I was working on sea cucumber trade from the Pacific. And I discovered the earliest trade between Australia pre the 1700s was namako, right, which is sea cucumber, highly prized in China. And, it was interesting that the Chinese communities, diaspora in Southeast Asia, were trading with Australia very, very early on. And there's a great story about that, right? So it's one of those kings of the seas in Chinese and Japanese culture. And that's the first evidence I came across where I saw, where was Australia trading? Where did it start in the beginning? And it started a long time ago, right? And then we sort of, when the Europeans settlers arrived in Australia, we had whales and wool, right? Initially, people were coming in from Europe and North America catching whales. And we had trade commencing in the 17th, 18th century. And basically, we produced 50% of the world's wool, right? And merino wool became the first commodity that we were exporting to the UK. Then we had the 1850s, where we discovered gold, and that changed everything for Australia. And we were producing 40% of the world's gold. And in that period of time, as Australia evolved, we had 6 colonies, essentially, with 6 constitutions and a federation as a nation in 1901. So there's very interesting, actually, when we look at our evolving trade, how has trade evolved between Australia and the world? And in 1959, the year before I was born, Japan became our #1 destination of wool. So we have a good relationship already. And you can read that if you're interested in trade and those historical aspects about how trade has developed between the 2 nations and so forth. You can go to that site and have a look. Today we have a much more different situation in the world. We rely mostly on our trade with Asia, and we have a $600 billion trading 2-way trade platform. Asia now is our #1 target, and Japan is our really an important part of that. Trade is very important to Australia because it's 45% of our gross domestic product. So whether we like it or not, we have to continue to trade. And it's important also in Australia because it provides 1 in 5 jobs. So we have this whole focus about how do we improve our trade performance with our nearest neighbours. So you can read a lot about that trade tradition right there. So today, of course, we bring a whole lot of wealth, right? We offer our wealth to the world. It's mainly in minerals and services, gold and other small goods, but also we have quite a bit of food exports, which have been growing reasonably well over the last few years. We had a bit of a dip during COVID, like everybody did, but we have a compound growth of about 5.7%. And our core export products for food are beef, meat, wool, wheat, and wine. And Japan is now #2 market. And we also import some food from Japan, of course. There's companies like Japan Food Company that operate around Australia, and they bring a lot of consumer products into the Australian market to cater for the Japanese food category. And there's others that are operating and trading in that space. So obviously there's drivers of demand for food. I won't go through them in detail, but it's the rising incomes that are happening around the world. It's population that's growing particularly in China and India. It's urbanization, where we are going to have something like 600 metropolises in our doorstep growing over the next 30, 40 years. And these are all taking major farmland. The old village is growing now to a town, the town's going to a city, and now it's become a metropolis. So all those resources that supply the village are now being subsumed by concrete and other urban environments. Also, we have changing demographics, as you know. So there's 5.3 billion consumers projected in Asia, just around the corner, and that represents 55% of the population. So there is a robust opportunity for us to continue to dialogue. So our door is open, and we've been trying to leverage our capacity as best as we can. And most importantly to that is being our international relations, which are very important. So just a small picture out of South Australia. We are one of the smallest states in Australia. That's the value of goods exported to Japan. It's not too bad, is it? It went down a little for a while. And hopefully it'll be restored. But if you look at it, there's a bit of a surplus on Japan's side. And Japan does very well out of trade in South Australia, particularly. It grew 18%, as we can see. Our top 5 exports are really in the agriculture and food space. Okay, canola has recently taken a big increase. Tuna, as Natalie spoke about, is significant. Feed and fodder has become a really big opportunity, and some of our export companies growing oats and products for feeding chickens, particularly not chicken so much, but mainly cow and beef and for dairy, have grown enormously. And Japan's become one of the fastest growing markets for that as well. Of course, we have a lot of lamb in South Australia that's growing enormously, and we have citrus. Japan's 5 top imports into South Australia are a little bit different. Motor vehicles, petroleum products, plant equipment, and other items. So we have a very small footprint in Japan. 8 South Australian companies are registered in Japan. And on the other hand, there are 74 Japanese companies registered in South Australia. So that says a lot about how you are focusing on bringing wealth to your country. And it tells us a lot about which companies are doing what areas. So that's a really important slide there to appreciate. So we're looking for more companies to come and invest, and we're also looking for our Australian companies to embed themselves in the Japanese market with strong partnerships. So this is some of the list of those companies. Many of them would be very familiar to you, right? Not many of them are actually involved in the food business, except people like Kanematsu, for example, right, who are trading, and some of the trading houses that are operating out of Sydney and Melbourne. Just looked interestingly, I was coming to Kobe University and was wondering how many students could we attract from this part of the world to Australia. We have 424 enrollments, roughly, in our 3 universities. So that's a positive sign, but I think that can improve. We have some like 4,000 visitors come post-COVID from Japan to Australia. Slightly down on previous years, you can see that chart. It shows that we got to 9,500. So we had a very robust engagement pre-COVID. And that's also an important signal for us to understand how that's transforming our agri-tourism and our tourism businesses. So the Australian government and South Australian government have strong links to Japan. We work very hard to maintain. We see it as one of the most important relationships. There are many opportunities for mutual investment. The South Australian government has opened up a new office here in Tokyo. We have the Premier here doing a sister state relationship, and we have significant governments in Canberra, our agencies in Canberra working very closely at the local level to build the relationship and to build our connection and to build a more prosperous future. Now we'll switch to a couple of case studies. In South Australia, we're obviously a disadvantage and we need to work hard to get to market. And one of the things we have done, and the reason why we are exporting 70% of what we produce now, is because of the way we've approached our market development. So the first case study is really about collaboration. In 1999, when I joined the food strategy group, between a partnership between industry and government, we established the South Australian Food and Beverage Exporters Association. And that created a brand called Food Adelaide to target Japan, a very specific strategy. And in that, we appointed a country director in 1999, and he worked in 2005, based here in Osaka. And then we have Tim Tanaka, who took over from Craig, and his focus is really representing those export companies that are part of the association to grow our capacity and capability in the market. So Tanaka-san works closely with a select group of companies every day here, and he connects our capacity in Australia, in Adelaide, right, with all the opportunities that exist here in this market. So it's a very interesting model because in 2010, after the success of that, it became Food South Australia and now has become a much larger organised association, right? And it's able to service both large and small companies. And I think Natalie is a member, right? And if you follow the links that I've got there, you can actually learn a lot more about that association, right, and how it works. But I think it's the message there, it's really about collaboration, about harnessing your resources, both government and industry, working together to achieve some really common objectives. So Tanaka-san works very hard at FoodX, and I know from my engagement with Food South Australia that there's a very close day-to-day relationship on all the business that happens between those association members and in the market here, right? It's led by our CEO, Catherine Sayer, who many of you, some of you know, right? So the message here is it's a collaborative funding model. And I think we need to think outside the box about how we collaborate from both ends, right? All the businesses that are there are all fully committed to export and servicing their export customers. Tanaka-san has built a relationship which is enduring, on the ground, he's highly trusted, and he delivers the promise every day, right? So there are high trust, loyalty, friendship, and he brings a commercial lens because all sales solve all problems in life. And the day-to-day relationship works very well with the Adelaide office, and so it builds this sort of bridge that is very difficult for small companies to operate on their own. And in South Australia, we generally have small companies. We don't have large multinational companies. In Adelaide, most of them have moved on. They either have got their headquarters in Tokyo or Hong Kong or Dubai or Singapore, right, New York or London. So the day-to-day relationship and building a cultural bridge is really critical. Case study 2 is really about innovation and scaling up because we have very small horticultural industries. And this case study is about Food South Australia working with Costa Group. Costa have emerged themselves as one of the largest horticultural companies in Australia, who originally used to be the category managers of fresh produce for Coles. And they've evolved over the last 30 years and become this major horticulture vertically integrated operation. So when we look at the citrus figures, we can see that the Japanese market is growing significantly. We have 3 exporters operating out of South Australia, and Costa's produces now a significant amount of citrus and exports 70% of that to other parts of the world and ships a citrus program to Japan starting, I think, in about July, August. So from small farms, we've got these significant now investments going on in citrus particularly, and we've got other crops as well, but I'm going to focus on citrus today. And as I said, the organisation has been able to bring new innovation and position the Vital brand in this market here with some success. So basically works with on the ground with 4 importers based in Japan. Individual fruit obviously is picked from the orchard, is graded and stickered individually. It goes through a spectrum vision system where it takes a significant amount of numbers of pictures per fruit, and then essentially allows the company to customize its product offer based on specifications that the market might want. So Japan has the highest standards, and knowing myself as an exporter to Japan in the mid-90s, I learned very early on then how difficult it was to meet and understand the requirements of Japan. However, things have progressed a lot since then, and most of our exporters now have good traceability back to the orchard, essentially to the wholesale market or to the agent that operates here in the market. So they're doing label and dot labeling and lot labeling. They brought out some new innovations which actually measure the soluble solids of the fruit. So we're actually now able to customize the selection of fruit to make it taste sweeter, not taste sweeter, but essentially we can use RDI and netting actually to get our fruit, to grow our fruit sweeter, which means that we can sell more fruit into Japan. And we actually have got new red flesh varieties, some easy peel mandarins, Satsuma seedless, which is about to be launched in the next couple of years, all being customized specifically coming out of the relationship by working in the market, understanding what shoppers want, understanding what the market channels, the retailers and the wholesalers want, and making sure that the many distribution channel partners on the ground are passing that information down to across the water back to Australia. So citrus has some major issues at the moment. It has some biosecurity, significant increased shipping costs. Shipping costs more than tripled. So there's a lot of pressure on the bottom line in Australia for getting product cost effectively landed in the various ports that arrives here in Japan. We have pressure also from the consumer space by dealing with Aeon. Costas have a strategy for a particular price point. So they know that a 90 yen price point per piece of fruit is about the sweet spot, excuse the pun. And by working the market, they understand that they're actually moving into a 4-piece cluster. So that has going to be priced around $3.98. And of course, they've got to meet all the quality certification schemes. And one of their major partners on the ground here, Aeon, are also progressing their work with global GLAP certification. And I can see eventually that pieces of fruit will be stickered with the global GAP, which presents some of you blockchain specialists an opportunity about how you're going to link that from the retail shelf in a supermarket back into the Australian marketplace. So these case studies are really opportunities for you to think about how you might collaborate and how you might bring opportunity. So there's a message there from Nick, the export manager. He's just returned from a trip to Korea and Japan. He's developed his program. And he has been working that market now for 20 years from virtually zero. His new innovation is going to be high bricks nabels. He's going to have more seedless lemons, and he's going to be offering bricks censored labeled fruit, which is going to give consumers a guarantee that the sweetness of that meets a certain specification. So that's a new innovation. And he has a whole program there of how is he going to do that planned, and he'll run that for the next 8 months. So he's got, you can see the value of where the business goes there without giving away too much proprietary information. You can contact Nick if you think you've got an interest in working in this space. The third case is really about remote island-based farmers making it in Japan. And this is a story of Kangaroo Island Pure Grain. Kangaroo Island Pure Grain exists essentially probably in the last 15 years. Have been focusing on how they are going to compete in the global grain business, being a remote island. So they have focused really on canola as one of their key products. So canola, the company was established in 2009. Group of growers that came together and produced about 30,000 tons of grain on the island, and currently export around 7,000 tons of canola. South Australia had a history of being a GM-free state and a moratorium to maintain non-GM status. And that changed recently, but the Kangaroo Island was spared, and canola grapeseed became an opportunity for Japan, as it was, and it still is today. So this group of farmers have a significant investment with GMO and other grain, and I will just go through very quickly the challenge they face. The challenge they face, of course, is Kangaroo Island is a distance from Adelaide. They need to road freight their stock or their product from the island at a considerable cost to Port Adelaide, and then it gets consolidated traditionally, and they've got to go to overseas markets. So they are facing, or were facing, a real problem about surviving, because that cost was putting $300, $400 per ton on shipment and handling. So they have a dedicated system now, and they work here in Japan. They consolidate and ship GM canola seed from Port Adelaide to Japan to a company called Harada. They call it squeezed Ichiban squeezed rapeseed oil. that is processed here, and then it is packed, and it goes through distribution to the PAL co-op. So you can see I've got some videos there for you to have a look and understand how that value chain actually works. I think personally there are opportunities there. I'm not sure how you bring the partners together to do that, but I think looking at the chain of custody of canola to Japan, you can see that if we look at that, we can understand the many steps that are involved in the export chain. Firstly, you have to harvest, store, and road transport. You then have to consolidate the stock in Port Adelaide. You've got to pack it in containers. You've got to ship those containers, the 20-foot containers by export. You've got to maintain chain of custody of that stock till it arrives in Japan. You've got to then be paid, and that money needs to go back to farmers eventually. So how is that done? So there are a lot of complexities in this very simple little diagram I'm showing you. And then you have Harada Sankyo receiving that stock in Fukuoka, producing oil, packing that oil, and then having the distribution network and selling the product proposition to lots of consumers in Japan. So Dennis Jamison is the general manager. He sees continued opportunities working in Japan. He's the, he represents the group, and his role is essentially to connect up the Australian part of that chain, the supply chain, with the value chain that exists here in Japan. So you can see there's quite a bit of complexity when we're talking exports, and I could speak forever about the challenges about how to do that and how to manage that. But it relies on very good close relationships here in Japan to do that. The buyer, of course, is Hirata-san, and he's been very proactive and is a really important part of the whole value chain in Japan. And he is selling the story, and he comes regularly. He brings his community, his stakeholders to Australia, to the Kangaroo Island, and they have this robust relationship which underpins the business and creates more opportunities. And I think they're now working on some other product opportunities, looking at special flour for noodles, the Japanese market, etc. So the message today for me is really about the case studies and what they capture. So for us in Australia, our provenance and production conditions are very favorable. We have counter-seasonal supply opportunities, right? Which means that we can find windows of opportunity in Japan when you cannot be serviced by other markets in the Northern Hemisphere, okay? We have a premiumization strategy. We want to move away from commodities and offer high value, high quality, premiumly priced foods. Australia is losing its competitiveness with price, so we must be specializing. And one of our industries that are doing well is particularly the wine industry. We have a huge wine industry. South Australia produces 80% of Australia's volume. And we have learned by looking at the wine industry about how to improve our product propositions in the overseas markets. How do we position the Australian offer, and how do we get value? We're sort of looking for target markets around the world, and Japan is one of those. We want to continue to share our values, understand your values, and work mutually on a win-win basis. So if any of you are students who want to work and learn about, I'm quite happy to work with you and the universities that are here today on that aspect. So we are going to have higher prices for our produce because we cannot afford to do anything else, and we need to reward ourselves in terms of the meeting social, cultural, and environmental standards. And we those sort of values, credence values, we are starting to embody those in what we do. Animal welfare, environmental standards, social responsibility, cultural authenticity, safe food, health and nutritional benefits. So we want to work together with you to unlock those values, bring them to the marketplace, right? And win the hearts and minds of consumers. Okay? So we want to start from the consumer end of the market chain and see how we can connect the chain to make it more effective. So there's a long journey ahead. I welcome you to come to Australia if you haven't. I would welcome any of you to come to Adelaide and call us. There's 3 or 4 of us here. We'd love to actually, as a result of this symposium, set up something maybe informal where we can start to have more dialogue about research opportunities, how we can unlock knowledge, how we can create demonstration projects that bring about change, right? I know we can stay at the helicopter and talk about these theoretical things, but I think what's important for learning is demonstration, small demonstration projects. And I can see a number there with Okabe-san, right? And with Denso potentially, right? How can we actually create small capacity-driven demonstration projects where we can demonstrate success and we can take those lessons learned and infuse other people with the exciting prospects that lie ahead. So if you come to Adelaide and if you want to study to Adelaide, there's enough resources there. So join us and let's make some history. Thanks very much. Right, who has the first question?
Thank you, Theo, for an interesting insight into the thinking in South Australia and some of the developments there and efforts. And as you say, it's an isolated place and you need to work hard to punch above your weight. I suppose I had a very specific question about one of your case studies in terms of taking canola from Kangaroo Island, rather. The freight is obviously a big issue. Would it not be better just to make canola oil on Kangaroo Island and export that into the Kanto region rather than making it in Fukuoka?
Well, scaling up is a big issue. You know, a manufacturing environment. So Harada has a large manufacturing operation. They bring canola oil from Canada and other parts of the world. They process canola. So in the processing food industry, scale, cost of production, efficiencies are critical. So it would be impossible for a small island like Kangaroo Island to justify that situation. Also, the reason why KIPG have a business here is because of non-GMO. So it's the credence factors of the consumers that shop at PAL that demand that product. And where are you going to get that from in the canola business when most of it is GM, right? So there are very small market segments, so it's a niche, but I think it's important for them to grow that niche in the future.
Right. I could see some advantages in making the oil in Kangaroo Island to avoid potential substitution and food fraud.
Well, if you have a fund out of Canberra that could support a $40 million operation, that'd be great, Tom.
I'm sure some South Australian senators might be able to help you with that.
That's a good question, though. Yeah, that's always a strategy. We export $3 billion worth of grains, and those supply chains are controlled by foreign companies, and most of the value adding isn't done in Australia. So that's an opportunity for improvement.
Yes. The current government is all for value adding in Australia, of course.
Yes.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Do we have any other questions?
My question. Thank you, Theo. With your background and all your experience, what is the bigger challenge that you can see now between Japan and Australia in the relationship, for example, comparing with 20 years ago?
Look, I think it's in the first case study. If you don't build the capability on the ground in this particular market, particularly, then you're not going to be very successful. So Tanaka-san, because he plays that important role, connecting the local, distribution channels, importers, buyers, sellers in the market, it's impossible to do it on your own. Like, I used to have a joint venture with Berry Fruit Juices and Nissin Flour Milling Company in the 90s. And we realized that the Japanese market was so complex, so challenging, so demanding in its packaging requirements that even though we're a $500 million company, we cannot compete with other local producers here or other international companies, right? So it was a real challenge because we do not have the knowledge to play home ground here. So when you are exporting, you are playing away from home, right? So it takes a lifetime to learn the complexities of Japan, right? Especially if you're a nation that is, Australia, it tends to be a little like 20% planning, 80% execution. Japan society is 20% execution, 80% planning, right? So the approach is different. The culture is totally different, right? Japan is like peeling an onion. You peel one onion, one layer is another. So for a commercial company operating, Japan becomes difficult if you're a small company in Australia, right? So that is the challenge, right? How do you play away from home and compete with the best of the best? So you may not look at Japan. You may look at early easy markets like Singapore or Hong Kong or Dubai, right? As your nursery markets to learn. And Japan is left last. So if we had not done that strategy, early 2000, to connect by having our own people in the market, then we would not be successful to where we are today. So now we have like 20, 30, 40, 50 companies coming all the time. The Australian wine sector, Wine Australia, is looking after hundreds of wine companies, but who looks after the others, right? So there's a real challenge about how you adapt. So you can imagine if you're a Japanese business person, how are you going to come and do business in Australia? And why would you come to Australia? Okay. So the relationship, working deep, being totally passionate, loving this place and being prepared to fund and come here and work every month becomes a challenge. If you can't afford to do that, then you can't play. So there's a certain sort of glass ceilings that you've got to get through. Any other questions?
I have a question for you. So, turning the argument around and looking at it from a different direction, why do you think that more Japanese companies don't try and source their product from Australia?
Well, I think part of it's because they've had trading companies looking after that business. So if you look at post Second World War, Australia generally underwrit the Japanese steel industry with coal and oil. So you had trading houses established. And, Australians are a lucky country sometimes. We don't want to work hard enough, right? So it's easier to go to other markets in a way, right? So at the end of the day, though, sales solve all problems. And if you can't get sales in life, you can't make a profit out of that, you're going to find another marketplace, right? So I think Australians tend to cherry pick the market a little, and they pick the easier markets.
Do you think it's more of a seller's market?
Well, in a way, yeah, it's been thought of as a commodity. Essentially, we come from this commodity mindset in Australia. Essentially, so we provide wool, we provide ore, we dig it up and sell it out. But we don't have enough capacity as a population, 24 million, 26 million people, to have really big industries like you have in Japan. Right? And we are sort of obviously very isolated between the cities, as you said earlier today, right? So there's a whole lot of factors, right? But I think you're still, our trade is really, really fantastic. We've got a really great baseline, right? It's not like Japan is number 10, number 12. It's our number 2, number 3 partner. So we have this great opportunity to continue to take that and grow. And we have all these things that you spoke about in your presentation that are changing, right? The demographics, this whole impact on climate, the ecosystem. So we've got to learn how to do it, how to live in that world that's changing so fast. And being isolated sometimes, you don't get, you don't see what's going on. The rate of change is faster here. I was in Jakarta looking at the dairy industry a week ago, right? And I couldn't believe how fast that place is changing, right? And how that's impacting on traditional agriculture and how farmers are struggling to survive, right? Because of imports and a whole lot of other geopolitical issues. So yeah, it's a very fast moving world. And if you're not in touch with it, you just lose sight of what you should be doing. And you can default back to old behaviors. If I can answer the question, Gareth, there.
Thanks so much for your fascinating presentation. Especially for me personally, I really enjoyed the first part of your historical trajectory to come over until now. And then I have a question. One thing is I was surprised to find still, okay, in Adelaide, the quite limited of students and Japanese entrepreneurial approach is quite few, in my impression from your presentation. And also, of course, yeah, I got several meetings with Japanese entrepreneurs who are quite activating in Queensland area. And they mentioned they came across quite different business protocols and the regulation between two countries and blah, 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 right? So in that sense, the agenda, this symposium to bring about blockchains or platform kind of approach might be contribute their business opportunities scope a little bit more wider to open or unlock, if I try to use your term. So have you ever tried or came across this type of dialogue between two parties, Osaka, Adelaide, and so on? If so, I'd like to know more.
Yes.
Please, yeah.
Yes, I could connect you. I'll give you you got my email, so I can connect you up. Tanaka-san is based in Osaka here, and he's dealing day to day, huh? So he knows every order. He has all the information he's working independently with the companies one-on-one, right? So he keeps that confidential information and what the buyers are doing here very intimately, right? So he's acting as the export manager, the commercial manager, the marketing manager, the sales manager, the relationship manager, right? Okay, so it's that detail that's required, right? There are many challenges in international business, as you know, right? And you've got to monetize it. So I think what I showed you with those three case studies, is really strategic for you, because ask those companies if they are interested in blockchain, right? How are you going to connect them already? They already have value chains that are working. So how do we improve them, right? How do we bring this technology, right? Okabe-san, right? How do we create a small demonstration project with Harada-san, right? What is the opportunity for him and his business, right? How can we sell more non-GM canola for him, right? How can we bring some smart young students to work with Harada-san, right? That connects with some young people in KIPG through Tanaka-san, whatever, right? So it's about connecting and gluing the connections and dialogue, thinking strategically, thinking win-win, thinking about co-investment, transparency, right? But always you have to think commercially. So there's a whole lot of elements that make it very complex. There is no magic bullet, but I think the magic bullet is the relationship, right? Okay, if we have a relationship which is built on trust and win-win, and it's about friendship, then that's what we want to work from, continue to work from. I think we have that. So the number of companies that are working in Japan isn't a huge number, but let's pick one or two. And if we were to come back in 3 years' time, wouldn't it be great if you had a demonstration project that you could all present, right?
one in tuna, maybe one in non-GM canola, where we understand all the research credence values with those consumers. Because when you see that video, you will see what those consumers are saying, right? And consumers are changing all the time, right? We know that product life cycles are changing, right? This is the country where you have the most fads and ideas, right? Innovation is very fast moving, right? But think about this, a farmer in Australia, if he's going to grow a new variety of citrus, how many years does it take to grow the tree in the nursery, plant the orchard, collect the fruit, pack the fruit, send it to Japan? It's 10 years. So if I make the wrong decision with Satsuma mandarins and I plant 1,000 hectares, right? How do I know in 10 years' time there's going to be a market in Japan, right? So we're going to have to work very sophisticated, right, to de-risk, because business is all about managing risk, right? And I said to you, so that's about managing risk, and sales solve all problems. If you can't get profitable sales, right, which is a challenge facing people who are now investing in blockchain in the food industry, because the food industry now is not convinced that blockchain is an opportunity for them, right? They already have a traceability system. The tuna industry has a traceability system, right, to the market. So why would it change? Okay? So I think we need to have those discussions, deep and meaningful, with the right sort of attitudes on a win-win basis. Because traditionally, most agricultural value chains are basically based on price, and they are adversarial. He who has the lowest price, best service wins, right? So we need to break, and that's what we teach at our center with our students. We teach them about value chain thinking, whole of chain thinking, right? So that's what essentially we're trying to do to answer the question, Yamada-san.
Other questions? If not, I will ask another question, but
I'd love to hear a student who's got a good idea.
oh yeah, why not?
Is there any students here?
Oh,
Sorry,
several
maybe.
MBA student maybe.
Any MBAs? Whatever.
Not yet, but maybe in the near future. How about that?
So can anyone think of an idea? An
いや、
idea
ちなみに
would
日
be-
本語でもいいですけどね。じゃあ、you go first.
日本語でもいいですよ。5 minutes day.
So one thing I wanted to ask is, I mean, you yourself have said that demonstration projects will be there in the future, but is there anything happening right now?
Well,
already, and what traceability system is there? I'm not aware.
well, I think there is a traceability system that meets all the requirements of the market now, right?
But then, what extra can blockchain offer? Then, do you suppose that can
Well, I
actually
think
make them
depends-
change it?
Yeah, it depends how you're going to link that through and how you're going to monetize that. And who's going to pay for it, right? Because if you look at the current structure, why would an Australian exporter change to a blockchain? What's the value, right? I know there is value, but I think you've got to start to think now about how you're going to build that link and how you're going to use blockchain, because this business that we do with exporting products relies on many things. Blockchain is just traceability is one thing, right? And I'm a HACCP auditor, right? I audit companies as a part-time job as well. So I understand the benefits of traceability, right? And I think we need to use those concepts along the value chain. But I think we need to start with the consumers and say, what do they value? And can you monetize the investment that you need to put in, right? Because Okabe was saying he's going to do it for automotive, but how is he going to do it in food when it's not that complex at the moment? Right?
Okay.
So I've
Okay.
he started up now. He's got I've only got 2 minutes.
Okay. I'll be real quick. Apologies because I came in late as I was doing some bureaucracy in Japan. It takes some time. But
I was worried that you had left.
Actually, no. I was
I'll be
caught at the
back.
Word Office for the past couple of hours. Again, speaking of blockchain, it was all made in paper. About possible ideas and questions, I would say that a quote you mentioned actually from Professor Nye. It was nice that maybe you didn't even intend to do it, but you did quote Joseph Nye when you spoke about hearts and minds. Really was the whole concept of soft power. And what I would say as a question and at the same time as an idea is really about using blockchain to tell a history rather than make history, to tell a history of a product, especially to the Japanese public. For what I've seen over the years, for what I've studied and researched over the years, I've noticed that this specific market is very keen toward the history of a product, perhaps even more than its utility. And this is proven to an array of artifacts and crafts. It's not just about what Japan retails externally of the country, but even domestically. It is very average to see anywhere in Kyoto or Tokyo, simple ceramics going for sale at several thousands of dollars, and ceramics of the same quality perhaps, but without the same history behind it, without the same pedigree, without the same reference, being sold off at as cheap as $10 maybe at a flea market in Toji or Kitano or anywhere. So the question is really how much in this export history with Japan are you currently using blockchain to tell the history of the products, to retell the history of the products to the public, not just their origin, where they generate from, but the history behind, such as this product was made by this producer at this farm under these circumstances, just like to narrate the story. Because if you do narrate the story,
I think you're right. Like I say, you're right on the money. Because I think in products and brands, it's the story. It's the intangible characteristics that you add to the brand, right? Which makes it powerful in the minds of the consumer. So when we say we're talking about the hearts and minds of the consumer, it's really being able to influence them. So the product and service that you are selling is in the territory of their mind, right? So this is a lot to do with marketing and how you're going to get people, how you're going to communicate those values and those characteristics in the story. I think the story is everything, right? And if blockchain can do that and we can show people how to do that and it's cost effective, then I think we have a real powerful tool for the future, right? So it'd be great if your young mind can be focused on that area, and my old mind can maybe connect with you and we can get something done, right?
For instance, you could have a product that retails in Japan that has a QR code, and through that technology, it tells the story in Japanese about that specific product to any consumer that has a smourtphone and wants to check it up and connect with the producer.
So just imagine, I can't talk for KIPG for the canola oil or for Powell or for Kanematsu, but for the traders or Harada Industries. But I think if you took that proposition and discussed it with them, maybe there's a fertile ground for collaboration, right? Because wouldn't it be wonderful if they could move more product and find more customers? And we could unlock some of the barriers that they might have. We don't know what they are. And it would be presumptive of me to think what they are, right? But I think you need to have that close, in confidence, a relationship to be able to explore those things and find out how you can improve things, right? So did I answer your question there or? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's it.
I think that was the last question. So thank you very much, Theo, for a very entertaining presentation. Thank you.
出ないですね。あ、出ました。あ、大丈夫です。またもうちょっとみんなトイレ。
Okay, so I'd like to welcome our next presenter. This is Professor Mari Ninomiya from Osaka Municipal University, and she's going to talk about fruit and vegetable distributions in Japan.
I changed the title.
No problem.
No problem. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Over to you, Mari-san.
Okay. Let me introduce myself first. My major is the distribution system. Especially, I published a book about sake distribution system in Japan until 1970s. And and at the same time, I helped to set up winery with liquor shop in Fukuoka. I had worked for Fukuoka University for 20 years, and after that, 3 years ago, I returned to Osaka, and I met Garesu Sensei. And 5 years ago, I started to make a research on organic vegetable with Professor Kato and Professor Beku. But today I'm going to make a presentation about the fruit and vegetable distribution system. And I want to focus on historical explanation, but Gareth-san said no. But anyway, so sorry for the lack of the presentation, but I believe that this is just our first step for the collaboration between Japan and Australia. So let's start. So sorry. Okay, today's agenda. So 1 week before I submitted a presentation plan focused on just one, and I added to the 2 and the 3. Okay. And today, first part, understanding the historical background of the central wholesale market in Japan. Yesterday, almost everybody went to the central wholesale market. So I like to explain the history. And the second part is development of chain stores, change the system of wholesale market in Japan. And after that, I analyze the import from Australia to Japan. According to auction theory or mapping theory, market design can be changed by the authorities. And so Japanese central wholesale market system is a kind of artificial market by the authorities. So market design and supply chain by the one company or several companies. Until the 1920s, 70 to 80% of fruit and vegetable distribution to large city was merchant-led. Okay, is it okay? Okay. At this point, it was impossible to predict how much the field would ultimately yield, and it could be said that the merchant bore the production risk in the event of a poor harvest. Once the shipment began, the producing merchant went to the farmer's yard and purchased the invested amount at I value. And then during the busy, the merchant also performed a financial function for the farmers, lending them the necessary fund for production, such as fertilizer, in advance, and paying them for their product on the same day. During the busy harvest season, the merchant hired laborers and dispatched them to the site to do the harvesting work on their behalf. So the merchant bearing the risk, and they helped the small farmers as by financing function, but also sometimes merchants beat down prices. When the rice riots broke out in 1980, it was suspected that the soaring price of rice was caused by merchants buying up and selling out. At the time, Japan was undergoing rapid urbanization, and the government urgently needed to ensure a stable supply of food for city workers. Therefore, in an attempt to break away from the opaque and pre-modern merchant-led distribution system and to create a stable and transparent distribution system for fresh food, usually the Western people think the Japanese are very calm and quiet, but sometimes people really angry with the soaring price of rice, and the people burn out the big rice trading company like this in Tokyo and in Osaka and everywhere in Japan just 100 years ago. So please take care of them. Take care. No, watch them. Watch the Japanese out, please. So the central wholesale market system was designed in order to shift the supply-demand adjustment and price formation functions from the merchants. The central wholesale market to trade goods of diverse quality, quantity, and one is this one. And the rule is based on three principles: no rejection from the no rejection, no unjust discriminatory treatment from small farmers, and two is fair pricing by auction on same day. And third one is fixed commission. It is a fixed merchant commission. This rule was maintained almost for 100 years. The introduction of a central wholesale market system was expected to stabilize prices and quality by achieving fair pricing and clarifying transactions. However, the transition took time. For example, Osaka, in case of Osaka, it started in 1931. It took almost 8 years in case of Osaka. And Tokyo in 1935, more 4 years, because they have to decide who is a consignee wholesaler or who should be intermediary brokers. So there are a lot of wholesalers, and they merged by the government and decided this is a wholesale market system. On the other hand, the government or farmers organization started to organize the farmers started. First, in order to educate modern agricultural skills or to finance or to purchase of agricultural materials or to selling by group. And the national association was organized. For example, this educating modern agricultural skills started from 1881, and financing is started in 1905. But the purchasing of agricultural materials or to sell by group started later. Because it is very difficult. There are so many good crops, and it is different from region to region. So it took more times. During the World War II, the government established a distribution system by integration of existing organizations. At the national level, there are 3 tiers. One is national level, and the second tier is prefectural level, and third is very small and village level. And the function is divided into 5: welfare, finance, insurance, and cooperative, and selling. There are 5 different functions, and nationally level they are divided 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and in the prefectural level as well divided into 5. But the important thing is in the very small and very local village level, those 5 functions are integrated. Or just so imagine that just 5 minutes walk, there is a branch of local cooperatives, and they can consult with welfare, finance, insurance, cooperatives, selling, and all of the things. So the farmers can consult everything through local cooperative branch. In 1961, the basic agricultural law was enacted after the World War II. And the policy of modernizing agriculture in Japan was promoted in earnest. As Japan entered a period of rapid economic growth and the secondary industry developed, it was necessary to achieve agriculture with high productivity and profitability in order to achieve a balance between the living standards of farmers and those in other industries. The purpose of agricultural modernization was to improve agricultural productivity by developing small-scale family farming operations, which were extensively formed as a result of agricultural land reform after World War II. And how to plan to distribute food to the large city. The government planned to mass production and mass distribution. So they plan the designated vegetable production area system in 1966. It is realized by long distance delivery. It means a centralized distribution system. Vegetable production area, designated vegetable production area in Japan means each region decided one kind of vegetable. For example, this area is carrot, or this area is lettuce, and potato, peas, and pistachio, something like this. And a single item in one production area. So by this, mass production was realized. And from 1970s to 1979, the government developed the highway network. First, just Tokyo to Osaka, that's all. But in just 9 years, the Kyushu and this long and now northern and Hokkaido area, the highway network was developed. After that, the national chain stores was development. Look at this one. From 1970s to 1990s, the supermarket chain increased their sales. And after that, convenience stores. So they, in the first stage, they just have a change in the narrow region. But in 1970s, or 1980s, they can develop the whole national change in throughout Japan. And since 1975, national chain restaurant as well developed. For first, McDonald's and Kentucky, and the family restaurant, Royal Host, Skylark, Denny's, or Izakaya restaurant. They increased their sales rapidly. So, actually, consumption of meat, we can analyze the consumption of meat or vegetable, one person a year. During 1980s, wait a moment. For example, in case of meat, the meat at restaurant or processed meat exceeded home fresh one. Here, in case of vegetable as well, from in 1980s, the processed vegetable or restaurant as vegetable exceeded the fresh vegetable. Very early stages. You know this graph means the fresh means the whole one, or we can buy the fresh meat or fresh vegetable in the supermarket, but actually we buy the meat, processed meat in the restaurant or in the supermarket. So totally, we buy the processed meat, or we buy at the restaurant more. So sorry. Chain store, I mean supermarket and restaurant, consider that these three principles. One, for the first one is same item all year round. Supermarket or restaurant. For example, hamburger chain like McDonald's need onion all the year, because they want to keep the menu, but they need onion all the time. But for in May or in June in Japan, even the Hokkaido, they cannot onion not so much. And second one, and the supermarket wants to keep the store same, or restaurant wants to keep the menu same, so they need the same quantity, also same quality, but quantity is more important for them. And the third one is they want to some goods at the same price. Chain store serves just same restaurant serves the product, serves for example hamburger at the same price all the year, of course. So the auction system is very the auction system varies the price, so they have to solve the problem. The production area has also responded to this trend. And now we can eat the vegetable, almost all the vegetables throughout the year by the relay of production. This is the case of onion. Hokkaido, northern part, or Kyushu area, southern part, and the product time is moved like this. Hokkaido holds 60% share, but the restaurant or supermarket has to import vegetables. Especially the one during the off season. So from Japan, a Japanese company started to import goods when it's off season, especially from southern hemisphere, such as Australia, New Zealand, Chile, and so on. With development of chain stores, they faced some problems of conventional central wholesale systems. The first problem is as below. Why English auction means ascending price. Auction system is ascending price. This system is disadvantageous to buyers who want to purchase in large lots. So how to take advantage of competitors at the same price? It means the auction is a very equal price system, so they cannot take advantage of competitors. So the companies want to change by introducing of negotiating trading. The second problem is why same-day auctions. Before 40 or 5 years ago, the vegetable lots. But with the spread of cold chain by the highway road, it doesn't matter. So they want to change. And actually, this is a consumption of onion. When we think of onion, we think this one, but actually, this is a chip of onion or slice one for business use, or onion and carrot for business use, or sauce, ketchup, or for soup, and then hamburger or hamburg. So since 1990s, demand for processing and commercial use shared over 50%, 54, 55, 59, almost 60%. And among the above, this one, import have shares of 18 or 36 or 50 or 41, which means that the processed food company imports their ingredient in shape of processed, frozen or cut vegetable or canned or something like that. When we think about imports or export, we need to consider whether they are alternative imports or alternative import means that when domestic production is not sufficient, the company import. So in case of onion from Australia, just look at the up and down, up and down by year by year. Up and down. In case of broccoli from Australia, up and down, decreased. fresh and chewed carrot, down, up, down, up, down, up, like this. And shrimps and lobster, and this is frozen, so it doesn't. The weather doesn't matter, but up and down, up and down, up and down, like this, and down and down. And beef is also up, little up and down, and up, up, and why it's down? I don't know. I don't know actually. The beef as well, something. Yes. I checked almost all. Thank you. And I checked almost all the, not almost, some items, but only wheat is very stable. And we can guess why. What do you think? Australia made very, very special wheat for noodles, for udon, or for ramen, or and for bread. They the company tried to better wheat. So if the Japanese company wants to good udon, they have to import the wheat from Australia. I guess we have to check in details, but I think so. I just guessed. And now, this is the same figure, and now 23.6% is outside the wholesale market, and then the auction is very, very less than 10%. Very, very few. And so they almost all the shipment is negotiating or buying. So this is the last person. That's what I'd like to say. Put something. Trading company played an important role in Japan, and for example, they import crude oil or natural gas or coal or in a very big lot. But since 1960s or 70s, trading company has begun to trade foodstuffs. Food trade is very, very small lot comparing oil or iron or. However, they tried. They procure supplies from all over the world. For example, Mitsubishi bought animal and fish feed company. And then they run chicken and pork, not farm, not kind of factory in the northern part. And they process this pork and ham or meat processed. And then they not sell, but anyway, they that chicken goes to Kentucky Fried Chicken, or supermarket, something like a very, it is just a little part of the trading of Mitsubishi Trading Company. They, for about for 40 years, they built up this kind of value chain of food. So for example, Mitsubishi Shoji is a very pure merchant. Pure merchant means they select goods at good price, good quality from year to year. They can they collect the ingredients, or they purchase from all over the world. On the other hand, they build up long-term relationships for special goods, such as wheat or something, for their networks. I think that the import business now in Japan is such a very specialized from sourcing to retailers. Okay, so sorry for my English. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to ask some questions. So I have plenty of questions. Sorry, Mari-sensei, I have plenty of questions for you. No, she's not listening to me. 質問いっぱいあります。Actually, first from me was more like a comment. I think, could you show me the onion slides? Yeah, was it that one? Yeah, the blue one. That's the graph going up and down.
No. This one.
That's one. Perfect. So for this type of study, I'm a newcomer. I'm still learning a lot about this business. It's not my background, so everything is quite new to me. And I'm also learning about Australian business techniques, and I've learned a lot from Theo by talking with Theo. And Theo tells me that Australians are quite opportunistic. And I think, Harley, you said the same thing to me, basically. That oh, well, there you go. So it's all Theo's fault then. So, yeah, well, in certain cultures, yeah. So if we assume that Australians are opportunistic, doesn't this tell us that also Japanese are very opportunistic? There's not much of a sign here of a long-term relationship, yeah? It looks like a lot of spot buying. So I'd probably tend to agree with you, actually, about the way Australians do business. But anyway, well, my point I'm trying to make is maybe this teaches us that there's two sides to this argument, yeah? I mean, we shouldn't just think that Japanese business practices mean building long relationships, whereas Aussie type practices are more opportunistic. This says that, that's actually the opposite could be true as well. So maybe it takes two to tango, as you say. It takes two sides to a negotiation to have a longer term relationship. Can we get you a mic so that people can hear you online? Yeah. Oh, no, but it's a discussion, so yeah.
I don't know whether that says a lot of information. It just says the cycles, and there's no smoothing there between seasons and so forth. And where did it come from? Who were the traders? Were there different traders trading in different places? Did it come from Western Australia, Queensland, New South Wales, South Australia? It's hard to work out. But I think, yeah, there is a trading mentality, and I think we should be shifting to a marketing mentality.
Yeah.
Right? From a consumer perspective, right? Working on brands.
Yes.
And working on smoothing that out.
Absolutely, yeah. And sorry, my sensei. One other slide. Your
I'd
udon.
like to show you
Oh.
one.
Okay.
Actually, I compared Australia with New Zealand.
You open a big problem.
Stage, for example, this one, stage. I could find it. Actually, New Zealand, the import from New Zealand is more stable. and the volume is very quite a big amount. I really want to know why.
Very interesting. Also, maybe you could show us your udon slide again, because
Okay.
I wanted to talk about udon.
Okay.
So the reason why New Zealand is because they're much more focused, smaller country, and have really got really sharp strategies in terms of how they go to market.
Yeah.
They pick certain pillars and they focus on them. And they have a very outward thinking business community.
Okay, so Mari-san's not going to show me the udon slide, but anyway, and we'll talk about udon. So actually, so good news, Mari-sensei. This is not a question for you. This is actually a question for Okabe-san, because here's another theory, just to stimulate discussion. I think a lot of Japanese consumers are very ignorant about where their food comes from. I think if you told most Japanese consumers the udon that you love, that you eat, that's not Japanese, made in Japan. That doesn't come from Japan. That comes from Australia. If you told people this, they would struggle to believe you, I think. So I just wonder whether I found quite a lot of contradictory responses in your questionnaire, and I wondered whether that was down a lot to consumer ignorance rather than, so it didn't reveal much about what people, their decision-making was based on incomplete information. So I wondered what you felt about that.
So as you pointed out, maybe I think most of the origin of the udon is coming from Australia, so that is not a domestic product. But most of the Japanese believing that udon is a domestic product. So I think that is a Japanese culture a little bit. So of course, sometimes Japanese person is trying to see the neutral as much as possible. So therefore, maybe the fact as udon is coming from Australia, it's not suitable for Japanese. So therefore, they are ignoring. That is my feeling.
I think this is very true. Tom, did you have a comment on that? Yeah, I thought you would.
I mean, it is true, but I mean that it's a product that's manufactured in Japan. So does the substrate actually matter?
Let me just make a counter argument, because we have just only one prefecture against this phenomena. It's Kaga Prefecture. You know that? Yeah, they're so proud of themselves, the original spot of udon culture. So they intentionally avoid the Austrian wheat and try to raise up their original wheat with a lot of efforts, actually. So it's one exception. And let me back to your inquiries about the price and the trades back and down. Due to my limited knowledge of some papers about agricultural economics by Japanese scholars, it says besides entrepreneurs or farmers' strategy or behaviors, trade, agreements, dynamics, these kind of political dynamics affects a lot external trigger to change the amount of changes between our two countries, But the New Zealand case, they're more stable. It's a negotiation process. That's the reason why it tells us. So that's an interesting point.
Add one comment. So I think also the Japanese labeling regulation is maybe one of the reasons. So of course, the raw material or raw food should be shown the origin of the food. But after some processing, Japanese labeling system will not show the origin of the material. So therefore, for example, the whey is coming from Australia, but if they will sell directly without any process, then of course maybe the Japanese label shows Australia, made by Australia. But after making the udon like that, maybe most of our label shows Japanese udon. So therefore, I think that is completely related to the labeling regulation.
Point, I think is exactly right. Yes. Natalie.
Can I just add one point to that? Sorry, that breaks down with beef, because Wagyu, we can't have Wagyu come to Japan and be called Wagyu. Yeah, sorry.
For example, hamburger or you don't have to write the origin of the beef, I think.
Yes, no, fair for generally, but Wagyu is a specific case.
So if we will try to sell beef directly without any process, maybe we have to write the proper origin of the food. But after several processing, like hamburger or something, maybe we don't have to show the origin of the material.
This is a point of real confusion to me because, as I said, I come from outside this industry, and my background is in electronics. So country of origin rules are very strict about this. Maybe Tom knows the answer. I don't know this, but really, if a certain percentage of the product, the value of that product, originates in a certain country, then it doesn't matter what the last process was. It's all about the value add. So how does that work with udon then? I don't know.
Very good question. I don't know exactly how it works in Japan. It would work, as you say, the sort of the majority of the value of the product in Australia would have to be labelled, which means that, for example, if we make processed pork, bacon in Australia, you can't call it Australian product of Australia because the value of the brine from the imported salt is such that it doesn't get you across the line to be able to call it product of Australia. But I think it does in Japan. It varies quite a lot, but it also depends on the market too, whether it's a supermarket or through food service. And a lot of udon would go through food service, so it wouldn't ever get country of origin.
You had a comment to do the parallel with the cosmetic market. In France, you can scan your product and know if it's dangerous for your health with cosmetics to have a cancer or not. So for the brand point of view or the producer, it could be also difficult for the brand and damageable if consumers decide not to go any more with this brand because the label say when you scan it that it's dangerous for you if you put this kind of cream. So there is this two-way where it could protect the brand or it could damage the brand. Yeah.
Thank you. We have a question at the back, but I'm sorry. I'm going to be cheeky and I'm going to ask one more question. So this is actually unrelated to the topics we've just been discussing. Mary Center, you put a slide up, and from 1995. There was a takeoff in the number of 24-hour convenience stores.
Yes.
Could you show us that slide again? Yeah. Yeah. So I guess you don't have the data before that period?
No. No.
So,
No. And
Right.
I'm sorry, I didn't check the first data, so I just.
Oh, no, it's okay. No, just my question, because obviously I'm learning now that the convenience stores are very successful, and now they're creating their own brands and competing quite successfully with supermarket chains.
Yes.
So I wonder why. But my understanding is a lot of these convenience stores, they were begun with American money. Is that right?
No,
No, that's not true.
no.
So
Just they import the system of franchise system.
So Japanese
And
companies. Sorry, go on.
Yes, but the Japanese invest directly in Japan. They don't. The American convenience store 7-Eleven didn't invest directly.
They just bought the franchise.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I understand.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Forgive my ignorance on that one. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, gentleman at the back, please.
Absolutely not a problem. Rather than a comment for the presenter herself, is for the symposium as a whole, just to spice up a bit the conversation when it comes to exports from Australia to Japan and vice versa. Well, first of all, back to the wheat. I have the data right here on the computer, and actually, as of 2021, wheat exports from Australia to Japan just amounted to 0.69% of the entire exports from Australia to Japan. So that's probably the stability, because it's so small. It really doesn't have it doesn't have a big effect. Whereas what I can see on the data is that Australia really is a big exporter of commodities. It's the commodity market. You have iron ore, you have copper, you have coal, you have petroleum. And it seems to me, and this is a question really for everyone as well as a comment, that the relationship, the economic relationship, it really breaks down to, you have exports from Australia that are really mainly exports for Japanese companies rather than Japanese consumers, whereas exports from Japan are exports from Japan towards Australian consumers or consumers anywhere. Consumers in Australia are eager to pay a premium for Japanese sake, for Wagyu beef, for an entirety of product, including perhaps Japanese udon made with Australian wheat. And they buy it at a premium back in Australia. So it really goes back to the presentation we were also listening to before about winning over hearts and minds and that sort of narrative. And so this kind of wanted to be a broader stimuli rather than a question, but I can phrase it as a question and ask everyone in the room, why do you reckon that as of 2023, when you actually do, pretty much everyone in this room knows that Japan is big about creative industry, and that there is, you can directly sell to consumer, you can directly retail through consumers, given the technology that is there. Why isn't this happening? Why is still the discussion going on with companies rather than straight to consumers? And one more spark into this fire, think about lithium, for instance. Australia has very massive reservoirs of lithium, and Japan is not really building EVs because, Toyota is basically hampering the development of electric cars in Japan, as every car manufacturer or everyone in the industry knows. And that could be another export. So really, why not retailing directly to consumer, while other countries such as France, Italy, or the US are doing it? They are retailing directly to Japanese consumers, and by finding partners in Japan, such as Mitsui or even the combini chain Lawson, they're directly selling to consumers. And consular offices and trade agencies are helping in the process. And so why doesn't Australia do this?
100%. That's a question for you, Tom.
Well, I imagine that the answer to that is very complex, and I'm not across all the factors. But I mean, we do have retail visibility. I suppose the Aussie beef is the biggest brand, and that's, I mean, while it's going through trading houses, that it is being sold as an Australian product. There are, for many years, Australian wines going through combini chains and things like that. So it is happening. But I think that there's it obviously makes good business sense for Australia to partner with Japanese businesses. I mean, our dairy industry has grown its exports over 30 years here by partnering with Japanese dairy companies and providing the raw materials and matching that with the Japanese expertise to exploit this market, which would not have been possible certainly 30 years ago to be able to do that directly. I don't know. There's obviously opportunity there to do more direct marketing as there is. I mean, you go to Foodex, you see the Italian pavilion, and it's just miles long and individual brands, and Italy has some very well established and well recognized brands that the Japanese public know and understand and value, and Australia perhaps doesn't have those global brands in as many products because we have been a commodity exporter for many years.
I think just to pick up on that last point, I think that is the key point. Australia is a very young country, and it lacks a relatively widespread infrastructures. It doesn't have the long traditions and histories of other countries, and as a result, we are very much a raw material exporting country. And by raw materials, I'm using it in the most wide meaning I can think of. I'm saying that primary industries are really where which drive the economy. So every politician in Australia is always talking about adding value and processing. Why can't we make our own udon, or why can't we make our own lithium batteries? So this is a standard conversation that takes place all the time in Australia. But because of, I think this sort of the focus of the economy has always been on primary industries, that there's that lack of focus on the manufacturing sector. And I honestly don't think that's going to change because it's too ingrained in the economy. It's what Australia does. So unfortunately, it's going to be a real tough for any leaders to make that shift. I think it's behoven on us as Australians to make the most of what we have. And I think we have a very strong brand, a very strong agricultural sector. We should make the most of our clean air, our lack of pollution, and our superb environment that is unparalleled anywhere else on the planet. So I think that's out. Except no, I don't. That's just the backyard. So I don't include in New Zealand in that. But this is a serious point, though, in terms of this is about doing what you're good at, and this is what we Australians are good at. So I think we should be focusing on that, and hopefully this symposium is one way of doing that because it sort of showcases the success that Australian export products in food can actually achieve, and blockchain is one way to achieve that. I'm going to be very rude to Theo now. I must apologize, Theo, but we've passed our 4 o'clock time slot, and we've actually got to clear this room out because there's another event coming on here. So could you say?
You can't stop me, but there's one factor that we haven't spoken about. That's the emergence of China in the last 20 years. It's been much easier to do business in China, right, for a lot of Australian companies, right? Because since 2000, you've seen this opening up of mainland China, and that's created a whole lot of opportunities for Australian companies as well.
Thank you, Theo. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to make a big thank you to all the presenters today. Thank you very much for and please don't forget to pass me a copy of your presentations. So yeah, a big round of applause for everyone who presented today, please. Thank you. And we'll be reconvening tomorrow at 9:30. Is it, Samo-san? Tomorrow we start at 9:30. So yeah, this evening. Yeah. So we look forward to seeing you all at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Anyway. Thank you.